For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The Dijon Prenois Short is a tight, twisty circuit where being able to maneuver smoothly through corners really makes a difference. A car with sharp responsiveness and good grip would give a clear advantage here. Speed is important, but the ability to change direction quickly and stay stable in the corners matters even more. So, I'd prioritize a car that excels in cornering and stability over outright raw power for this one. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your picks before time runs out and the cars take off without you. Don't miss your chance to root for your favorites, or just watch the chaos unfold. Get those selections in now. Hey there! Elias98 and Forsungo. Welcome back to the stream! Glad to see you two returning to the chaos of our AI car races. Sit back, enjoy the ride, and maybe cheer for your favorite car as it tries not to wipe out. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Lotus 72D is known for its innovative design and agility. But the McLaren 19A has a bit of a reputation for being a fierce competitor on the right day. Given the short and twisty Dijon Prenois Short, I'd say the car that handles better around tight corners will have the advantage. Considering that the Lotus 72D is a classic favorite for its balance and sharp handling, I'd lean a little towards Grumpy Jeff taking the lead. But don't count out Toadette the kitty and her M19, especially if she manages to keep her cool through the tricky sections. Who do you think will take the victory? Alright everyone, the race is off at Dijon Prenois Short. Amy's on pole, piloting a 1971 Surtees TS9. Let's see if she can hold that lead or if chaos is coming. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Drletsko in second and the Hyper 7 in third. Looks like a tight start already. Drletsko takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Thebis 3 and the Hyper 7 are nose to tail for third place. Iliasix 988 advances one position to 7. Iliasix 988 and Vagrant Enchanter are locked in a close fight for 6th. Plebis 3 is climbing to third place now. The Hyper 7 and Plebis 3 are nose to nose for that spot. Ika 77 is inching up to 8th place. Toadette the Kitty is climbing up to 10th place. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Toadette the Kitty are nose to nose for 10th. Lotusos is also making moves, now 12th. Iliasix 98 and Ikar 77 are neck and neck for 7th place. Lotusos is climbing up one spot to 11. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Lotusos are locked in a close fight for 11th. Hey Toadette, looks like you're throwing a little emote magic my way. Love it. Anything you want to see in the race? Or just here to cheer? Welcome back, Toadette the Kitty. Glad to see you return to the chaos of our AI racing extravaganza. Hope you're ready for some close finishes and maybe a few surprise crashes. Maya is climbing up to 8th place. Red Panda Manatee 4 is now in 11th. Elitsitone 1095 has moved into 16th. The race is heating up. Horsengo just moved up one spot to take the 12th place. Horsengo and Red Panda Manatee 4 are nose to tail for 11th. Lotusos and Horsengo are also close for 12th. Maya and Ikar 77 are nose to tail for 7th place. Horsengo is climbing up to 11th, one spot at a time. Vagrant Enchanter is driving a Surtees TS9, starting in 5th place. Their fastest lap is a 19.224, which suggests they're holding a decent pace, but not quite challenging the top. Looks like a steady race so far. Maya is climbing up to 7th place. Toadette the Kitty and Elias X988 are nose to nose for 9th. The Grand Enchanter is driving a Surtees TS9. They're currently in 6th place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing one spot. Toadette the Kitty has also gained one position, now in 9th. Elias X98 and Toadette the Kitty are nose to nose for 9th place. Ikar 77 is climbing to 7th place. Toadette the Kitty is chipping away at the Grand Enchanter's lead, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Congratulations, Drilletsco. Looks like your speed just left everyone in the dust. Who knew you had such a need for speed? Wow, congratulations to Drilletsco. You really drove your way to victory today. Well done on taking the top spot in this crazy race. And look at that, Maya snagged the fastest lap. That means I get to claim the vintage 1971B RMP 160. I'll make sure to give it a little extra flair. Horsengo, you're the overtaking master today, so the 1971 Ferrari 312E2 is all yours. Nice work on the aggressive moves. This was one intense race, folks. Who's up next for the win? Hey everyone, the clock is ticking down, so make sure you pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't miss your chance to cheer for your ride. We want to see which one comes out on top, so get those choices in now. Alright, so we've got Mirgutsu in a 1996, Vauxhall Vectra and Reinecke in a 1998 Ford Mondeo. Both are pretty classic choices, but let's be real. The Vectra is known more for its comfort than speed, while the Mondeo can surprise you with its handling. Considering Autopolis Oita's tricky turns, I'd say Reinecke might have the edge if the car's suspension and agility matter more than raw power. Still, don't count out Mirgutsu, because sometimes an underdog in an older car can pull a surprise finish. My money's on the Mondeo to take the win, but it's gonna be close enough to keep us guessing. Alright folks, Maya's leading the pack in that classic 1997 Volvo's 40, right on pole position at the Autopolis Oita track. Let's see if she can hold on to that top spot with all those newer machines sneaking behind her. The race kicks off with Maya taking the lead, followed closely by Shoot 'Em Up in second place and Amy hanging on in third. Looks like a tight start already. Darroch Official is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Shoot 'Em Up is holding onto the lead, just 1 spot ahead of Maya Dodore. Looks like it's a close fight for the top spot. Borsengo and Looks Ravenous are nose to nose for 5th place. Reinecke is climbing 2 spots to 7th. Strutting Jarl is advancing 1 spot to 13th. Mirgutsu just sneaked into 7th place. Reinecke and Mirgutsu are nose to tail for that spot. Vita 39 is closing in on Dishonored Fox, cutting the gap by a second. Vita 9 is climbing up to 11th place. Dishonored Fox and VD39 are nose to nose for 11th. The Chaotic Weirdo has advanced to 15th. Strutting Jarl is climbing fast, 11th place. Darroch Official is sneaking into 13. Akanona is inching into 15. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. The Chaotic Weirdo just sliced through the field to take the lead. Shoot 'Em Up is right behind, and they're nose to tail for the top spot. Shoot 'Em Up is now in 1st place. Maya has moved up to 2nd. Amy is in 3rd. Looks like a tight race at the front. Amy and Maya are neck and neck for 2nd place. Frankrati is climbing to 10th place. Strutting Jarl is also moving up to 11th. The Chaotic Weirdo is gaining fast on Muttwolf, closing the gap to just over 5 seconds. I'm catching up to Shoot 'Em Up, shrinking the distance by a couple of seconds. Looks like the top spot is turning into a 2-player showdown. Kyroscope just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Amy and Kyroscope are nose to nose for that spot. Strutting Jarl is chipping away at Frankrati's lead, now only 1.6 seconds apart. Amy has just overtaken someone to take third place. Maya and Amy are now nose to nose for second. The chaotic weirdo is closing in on Muttwolf, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Lux Ravenous just made a bold move and took the lead from 4 cars ahead. Shooter M up and Lux Ravenous are nose to nose for the top spot. Nadisberry is closing in on Reiniki, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Shooter M up is now in first place. Maya has climbed to second. Amy is in third after her latest move. Kyroscope and Amy are nose to tail for third place. Reineki just slipped into 6th, climbing 1 spot. Reineki is gaining on Forsengo, closing the gap by 1.30 seconds. V39 has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Strutting Jarl and VD39 are locked in a close fight for 10th. Strutting Jarl and VD39 are nose to tail for 10th place. Zadim Mujijamis just snuck past 1 car to take 14. Lux Ravenous is inching closer to Muttwolf, closing the gap by a full second. Akanon is gaining on Direct Official, inching closer by nearly 2 seconds. Lux Ravenous is hot on Muttwolf's tail, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Shoot 'em up is holding a solid lead and has the fastest lap, so he's in a good position to stay ahead unless someone pulls off a surprise move. Lux Ravenous is driving a Toyota Carina eGTI from 1993. They're currently in 8th place, but their lap time is way off the pace at over 3.5 minutes, so it looks like trouble, or maybe just a very slow lap. Borsengo and Amy are nose to nose for 4th place. Lux Ravenous is chipping away at Muttwolf, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Well, look at that. Shoot 'em up just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Nice job! Wow, Shoot 'em up really pulled it off. Congratulations on the win. That was a fantastic race, you totally dominated out there. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well deserved. Alright, the 2010 Global GT Lite is quite the underdog in the racing world. It's actually a lightweight version of the GT cars, designed to be a bit more agile and fun. Imagine taking a big powerful car and giving it a diet. Now it's quicker on the corners and a little more exciting to watch. Truly the snack-sized version of race cars, but don't be fooled. It still packs a punch. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so get those choices in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Well, this is quite the interesting matchup. On one side, we have Flinchicott 21, with a 2011 KTM Crossbow R. That car is known for its agility and modern technology, which should give it an advantage in sharp corners and quick acceleration. On the other hand, Cap Holster is racing a 1996 Ozella PA20 BMW, which is a vintage racing machine. It might lack some of the modern perks, but could surprise us with its raw racing spirit and maybe a bit of nostalgic charm. Given the car choices, I'd probably lean towards Flinchicott 21 Taywaida. The KTM Expo's lighter weight and modern engineering tend to outperform older models, especially on a track like Afanisto, which favors quick turns. But hey, you never know. Sometimes the old school charm can turn a race on its head. Stay tuned. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Afanisto Ultralights class, with Flinchicott 21 on pole driving a 2011 KTM Crossbow R. Let's see if that lightweight magic can hold the lead. The race kicks off with Flinchicott 21 leading the pack, followed closely by Cap Holster in second. I am holding the third spot for now, but don't blink or you might miss the shuffle. Inna Savage is climbing to third place. Maya is right behind, making it a fun little duel. Lord Crespi is now in ninth, inching closer to the top 10. Cloudy just overtook someone to climb to fourth place. Buboteyaza moved up one spot to fifth. Senara Savage and Bubote are nose to nose fighting for fifth place. La Croissant 1980 just gained 2 spots and is now in sixth place. Zen N80 1880 are nose to nose for sixth. Blaming Buddha and Lord Crespi are locked in a close fight for ninth. Catgirl TM is gaining on Whip 3 out 25, closing the gap by 1 second. Arayu Serial has moved up 1 spot to 17. The Grand Enchanter and Arayu Serial are battling closely for 17th place. The Grand Enchanter is driving a Honda Accord from 27 in the WTC class. They're currently in 17th place, so they're making their way through the pack, but still have some ground to cover. Flaming Buddha is driving a 2011 Bay ACP Mono, known for its lightweight and sharp handling. They're currently in 9th place, holding steady but not making any dramatic moves yet. Iam Chubby Panda is in 22nd place with a seat Leon TDI. Looks like their race is a bit of a struggle, probably stuck behind some slower cars. Bubote just overtook someone to take 4th place. Queen Manda is also climbing up to 7th. Senor Savage and Queen Manda are nose to nose for that 7th spot. Singoshi advances to 10th place. Horsengo and Blaming Buddha are locked in a close fight for 11th. Arius Serial climbs to 16th place. Lord Zikretsby is climbing up to 8th place. Singoshi is closing the gap on SNR Savage, inching closer by 1.2 seconds. Double is advancing to 18th place. Vagrant Enchanter is driving a 2007 Honda Accord in the WTC Clay class. They're currently in 17th place, just behind some faster cars, and their lap time suggests they're holding steady but not making much progress. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Blaming Buddha has climbed to 10th. Amy is in 12th, just behind the battle for 11th with Singoshi. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Lord Zikretsby is climbing fast, now in 6th place. Thinner Savage is also making progress up to 8th. Haimais and Renkaori are nose to nose for 27th. Looks like a tight squeeze. Lacroisson 1980 is on a roll, climbing up to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Horsengo is making progress, moving up 2 spots to 11th. Haimas and Renkaoi are locked in a close fight for 27th. Amy is climbing up to 12th place. Haimais is now in 27th. Maya is holding steady in the top 10. The track's tight corners are favoring the nimble ultralights, keeping the top spots close. The slower WTCCs are struggling to keep up on the straights. Wow, Flinchy caught 21. You really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Congratulations to Flinchycott21 for winning the race. That was an impressive performance. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Maya, you earned the fastest lap, so you get to claim the 2019 Radical SR5 Ultralights. Nice job! Here's a fun fact for you. Despite their name, the modern slow cars racing class can still be pretty exciting to watch. They might not reach lightning-fast speeds, but they make up for it with clever handling and strategic moves. It's like watching a high-stakes game of chess on wheels, just with more noise and rubber screeching. Who knew that slow could be so intense? Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your final picks before it's too late. Don't miss out on your chance to influence this AI race. Ready, set, go! Alright, this is a fun matchup. We've got Bleach Mepsi in a 2005 Honda SX-R GT, which is known for its agility and balanced handling. On the other hand, La Croissant 1980 is in a 1998 Shelby Series 1, a car that's more about American muscle with powerful vibes. Given Vallelonga Extended's twisty nature, I'd say Bleach Mech's lightweight and nimbleness might give him an edge through the corners. But don't count out La Croissant 1980's extra raw power. It could really come into play on the straights. If I had to pick who will take the victory, I'd lean slightly towards Bleach Mepsi, unless La Croissant 1980 can make a surprise burst on the long straightaway. Either way, it's going to be an interesting race to watch. Alright folks, the race is underway at Vallelonga Extended and leading the pack on pole. We have a Sema in a 2014 Subaru Impreza with Caress STI. Let's see if they can keep that lead or if the other cars can catch up. Ihafe Sema has shot off the line into the lead. Gary 17 is holding second, just ahead of Iron Crosser Wooden Cross in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross just moved up to second place. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross and I Have Exema are nose to nose for the lead. Husky Hog and Wolf of Echo are locked in a close fight for sixth. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross and I Have Exema are still nose to nose at the front. Gistel 33 and Husky Hog are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Dishonored Fox just gained a spot, now in 9th. Cristal 33 just overtook someone to take 7th place. Violetta Mama moved up 1 spot to 13. Jackson Dubox and Violetta Mama are nose to nose for the 13th position. La Crayon 1980 is climbing to 4th place. Jackson Dabox is making a move to 13th. Crazy Sweetbutt is sneaking into 15th. Bleach Mepsi is climbing to 4th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is making a move to 14th. Aishururoni and School Buzrastesti are nose to nose for 17th. Lady Gami just overtook someone to take the 10th place. Edzos 21 and Amy are still nose to nose for 11th. Bodatsuro is climbing up to 15th. Husky Hog and Crystal 33 are nose to nose for 7th place. Jagna Box is climbing up to 12th. Bodatsuro is hot on Crazy Sweetbutt's tail, closing the gap by over a second. Schoolbus Rustevi is driving a 2017 Lexus RC 350i. They are currently in 19th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack but still hanging in there. Lacroson 1980 is climbing up to 4th place. Anaxagorax is advancing to 18th. Anaxagorax and Asiuroni are nose to nose for 17th. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing up to 12th place. Jacksindabox and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose to nose for 11th place. Budatsuro is also making progress to 13th place. Asironi just gained 1 spot and is now in 17th place. Randa Booster is climbing 2 spots and is now in 19th place. Maya and Meg's Boring Life are still neck and neck for 21st place. No change there. Branda Busta just climbed 1 spot to 18th place. Maya is also moving up 1 spot to 21st. Dehi per 7 is chipping away at Meg's Boring Life, closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. Lacroson 1980 is in 5th but has the fastest lap so far. Looks like he's saving some pace for a late push. Crazy Sweetbutt is now in 12th place, climbing up 1 spot. Jacksindabox and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose to tail fighting for 12th. Rando Booster and Asironi are locked in a close duel for 17th. Lacroson 1980 just gained 1 spot and is now in 3rd place. Gary 710 and Lacroson 1980 are nose to nose for 3rd position. Bodatsuro and Jacksindabox are locked in a close fight for 13th. Gary 710 just took 3rd place. Bodatsuro is now 13th. Edzos 21 is closing in on Jacksindabox, cutting the gap by 1 second. Husky Hog and Crystal 33 are neck and neck for 7th place. Lady Gummy is closing in on Dishonored Fox, cutting the gap by over a second. School Booster Steffi just climbed 1 spot to 21st. Now they're battling it out with an Anaxagorax for 20th. Wow, Iharyabexema just took the victory. Looks like all that racing skincare paid off. Congrats on the win! Wow! Javier Xema really pulled off an amazing win. Congratulations! That was a fantastic race. Looks like they're really in the driver's seat today. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a Deep Forest Raceway, I'd probably go with the Eagle Mark 121G. It's known for its impressive speed and agility, which should be a real advantage on that winding, tree-lined circuit. The other cars are pretty legendary too, but I think the Eagle's combination of power and handling might just edge out the competition. Plus, it has a bit of that classic racing flair that might give it that extra boost. Oh wow, this is a classic showdown. The 1967 Honda R300 is known for its lightweight design and speed, but the Brabham BT24 has that legendary racing pedigree and maybe a bit more power behind it. Considering the cars and their historical performance, I'd say King Malcolm X's Brabham might have a slight edge on this track. But then again, Lazy Town's Honda has that vintage charm and could surprise us with some slick handling. Either way, I'm betting it's going to be a fun race to watch. Who do you think will take the victory? Alright folks, the race is underway at Deep Forest Raceway, and it looks like Lazy Towner is starting on pole in a 1967 Honda R300. Hopefully, that vintage beauty can hold its ground out there. Lazy Towner has taken an early lead, sitting comfortably at the front. King Malcolm X is right behind in second place, keeping the pressure on. Lois Secretsby is in third, not far off the pace. King Malcolm X and Lazy Towner are nose to tail at the front. Amy just overtook someone to grab third place. Princess Wildface is also climbing up, now in fourth. The track seems to be favoring the faster cars, but the tight competition suggests skill is making a big difference. Maya is currently in 8th place with the McLaren M5A. The car is holding steady, but no signs of overtaking yet. Looks like a quiet start for now. That's Altiserena just overtook someone to take the 10th place. Medisperi and That's Altiserena are nose to nose for 10th. D Factor and Unconi Buddy are also fighting hard for 12th. King Malcolm X is holding on to second place, but Amy is right on his tail. Exception and I are still neck and neck for 7. De facto just made a move and is now in 12th. Maya is dropping back to the middle of the pack at 14. Amy is climbing up to second place, making a nice move. Exception is advancing 2 spots to sit in 6th. King Malcolm X is climbing to second place. Princess Wildface and Lord Secrespi are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Madisberry is driving the Eagle Mark 1T1G, which is known for its agility. They are currently in 8th place, so they're holding a decent position but still have room to improve. Lazy Towner is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something dramatic happens. That's Salty Serena is making a move up to 6th place. Except Salty Serena are nose to nose for 6th. I am closing in on Hickory Hamsam, chipping away at the gap by 3.2 seconds. Maya is currently in 9th place with her McLaren M5A. Her fastest lap time is still a mystery, so she might be holding back or just getting started. The race looks intense with a lot of Eagles and Barons battling ahead. Exception is now in 6th place. De Factor has moved into 9th. Hikori Hamsam is climbing to 12th. Madisberry is driving the Eagle Mark 1T1, which is known for its agility. They're currently in 8th place, but their fastest lap is a solid one, 23.824, so they're holding their own. Defector climbs to 8th place. Haimais and Defector still neck and neck for 8th. Maya is closing in on Anconi Buddy, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Lazy Towner is comfortably leading and setting the pace with the fastest lap. Ashto looks like he's got this race under control. Exception is driving the BRMP 83, starting from 11th and currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is a solid 22.24, which suggests they're making some moves. Looks like a decent race for them so far. Wow, lazy to win the race? Guess being slow and steady really does pay off. Congrats! Wow, Lazy Towner really outdid themselves. Congratulations on taking the victory you totally deserved. I guess all that relaxing paid off in the most exciting way possible. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Road Atlanta GP has lots of tight corners and quick chicanes that demand a car that can change direction rapidly and stick to the track. Top speed is important too, but if the car can't navigate the twists and turns smoothly, you're going to lose precious seconds. Balance between grip and responsiveness is key here, because even the fastest car won't win if it can't stay glued to the road through those sharp curves. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it before the countdown runs out. Don't miss your chance to influence the race with your chosen vehicle. Get those selections in. Alright, this is quite the showdown. The 2017 Oreca 07 Acura is known for its sharp handling and sleek design, making it a real contender around Road Atlanta's twists and turns. On the other hand, the 2014 Onroc Ligier JSP2 Honda brings some serious pedigree and agility to the track, but might be a tad older in terms of technology. If I had to throw my chips in, I'd say Wildrino has a slight edge because of the newer model and the Acura's impressive reputation for speed and stability. But don't count out Shattered Pixel, especially if they can capitalize on the Ligier's agility and maybe outsmart the competition in the corners. This one's going to be close, but I'm placing my bets on Wildrino for the win. We'll see if the car's age and brand hold them back or if they surprise us all. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Road Atlanta GP, and leading the pack from the very start is Prodigy Place 58 in a 2016 Ligier JSP 217. Looks like they've got the pole position. Let's see if they can hold on to it. Prodigy Place 58 has taken an early lead, followed closely by Shattered Pixel in second place. Wildrino is holding on to third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Wildrino just overtook someone to climb into second place. Shattered Pixel and Wildrino are nose to tail for that second spot. Rex and Sarah is gaining ground, moving into sixth. Rex and Sarah and EDL Live are fighting hard for fifth. Ebony Shadow just overtook someone to climb into third place. Shattered Pixel and Ebony Shadow are nose to tail in that battle for third. Rex Nasira is also making moves, climbing into fifth. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Rex and Sarah is climbing to fourth place. Hymice is now in eighth. Oakswall Faye has moved up to 10th. Shattered Pixel is just holding off Rex and Zera by a car length. Hymice and Global Sixel are swapping positions every corner. Oakslofi and I are nose to tail. No room to breathe. Sirarelia just nudged into the top 10, inching closer to Maya. D. Alexei X Natit keeps climbing, now in 29th. The fight for P9 is heating up. Jaime just edged out Global's Elso for 7th place. Sirarelia and I are still neck and neck for 9th. Gravy Graves and Gesterone 133,796 are trading positions in 12th. Jaime just overtook someone to move up to 7th place. Global Ixel and Jaime are nose to nose for 7th position. Ogslofy and Sirarelia are locked in a close fight for 10th. Rex and Sarah and Ebony Shadow are nose to nose for 3rd place. AD Leave and Shattered Pixel are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Maya is climbing up 1 spot to 8th. Globus is climbing up to 8th place. Architect and Ovidus are locked in a close fight for 16th. AD Leave and Shattered Pixel are nose to tail fighting for 5th place. Gesterone 133,796 and Gravy Graves are locked in a close duel for 12th. Juspanchakis and Mighty Chunk are battling it out for 27th. Ebony Shadow is climbing up to 2nd place. Rex Nacero is now in 3rd. AD Leave is making moves to 5th. Ebony Shadow is closing in on Prodigy place 58, cutting the gap by 1/3 seconds. They are locked in a fierce battle for 1st place. Jaime has gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Jaime and ADL are neck and neck for 5th. Shattered Pixel just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Maya and Global's L are nose to nose for 8. Alexei X Natir and Mighty Chunk are battling hard for 28. Red Panda Minity 4 is driving a 2003 Seat Toledo GT. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling with pace, as their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders. Oxwolfe is gaining on Sirarelia, closing the gap by 1 second. Tylodromes 31 has climbed 1 position to 21st. Oxwolfe is driving a 2017 Delara P217. They're currently in 12th place, with a fastest lap of 1:20.626. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Ebony Shadow is trying to hold off Prodigy place 58 for the lead. They're neck and neck on the straight. Amy and Krikshka still locked in that close fight for 14. Looks like they're swapping positions every lap. Architect is driving a 24 Chrysler Vapor GTSR. They're currently in 18th place, with a lap time of 1 minute 23 seconds and 1/10. The race seems to be a bit of a struggle for them so far. Jaime and Shattered Pixel are nose to tail for 6th place. Oxwolfe just gained a spot to 10th. Gravy Graves and Sirarelia are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Wow, look at that! Prodigy Place 58 just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Nice job. Wow, what an incredible finish! Congratulations to Prodigy Place 58 for taking the win. Looks like they really showed those cars who's boss today. Great job, and I can't wait to see what they do next. Here's a fun fact for you all about the random street cars racing class. Did you know that in this class, the cars are often a wild mix of models and brands? It's like a surprise box every race because you never really know what kind of street machine is going to show up next. It's a perfect chaos recipe for a fun race, making these cars unpredictable and entertaining to watch. Alright folks, if you haven't chosen your car yet, now's the time to get in on the action. Don't let the clock run out and miss out on choosing that perfect ride for the race. Hurry up before it's too late. Alright, we've got waffling otters behind the wheel of a classic 1970 Chevrolet Camaro Z28 and Willow Shrub in a 1967 Plymouth GTX. Both are iconic muscle cars from the golden era of American cars, so it's gonna be a close call. The Camaro Z28 is famous for its lightweight design and nimbleness, which could give it an edge in sharp turns and quick acceleration. On the other hand, the Plymouth GTX is known for its sturdiness and raw power, so it might excel in straightaways. Honestly, I'd say it's a neck-and-neck race. If the track favors agility, I give the edge to the Camaro. But if the straights dominate, the GTX might just pull ahead. It's too close to call without seeing them in action, so I'd say place your bets, but don't be surprised if either of these beauties surprises us. Alright everyone, Maya's on pole with her 2010 Gambala Mirage GT. Ready to take on the other cars here at Weatherfield Speedway. Let's see if they can catch up. Maya is leading the race right now with a strong start. Katsumer Girl is right behind in second place, and Jay Boogie is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Super Sigi is on the move, climbing to 7th place. Wayne Tra 94 is making a strong push up to 18. Unknown Tactics is dropping back, now in 21st. Dave Factor is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 22nd. Dahil Sharon has taken the lead, now in 1st place. Jibu Ugi is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 5th. Betsma is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 16. Justin Gilks is also making progress, overtaking 3 cars to land in 24th. Super Siki just nudged up 1 place to 5th. Double is climbing up to 2nd place. Maya and Double are nose to nose for that spot. Super Sigi and Tadzuma Girl are also locked in a close fight for 4th. Dude Smoke Ea Blunt just sneaked into 5th place. Looks like Super Sigi and Dude Smoke Ea Blunt are neck and neck for that spot. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to 11. Things are heating up. Super Sigi is climbing fast into 4th place. Kometwi is also making moves into 7th. Mar Pink Wolf and J Bogi are nose to nose for 8th. Super Sigi is climbing to 3rd place. Dude Smoke Ea Blunt is now in 5th. Now Pink Wolf has moved up to 8th. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Kalmetwi is closing in on Kazoomer Girl, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Mighty Chunk has moved up to 10th place, gaining 1 position. Super Sigi is closing in on me fast, just 1.2 seconds behind. Amy has climbed to 23rd after overtaking 3 cars. Kalmetwi is making a move and is now in 6th place. Waffling Godders is climbing up to 16th place. Shattered Pixel is also moving up, now in 18th place. Willow Shrub and Shattered Pixel are nose to nose for that 18th spot. Double is closing in on Shron with a 3.9 second gap. Betsmar has moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Mighty Chunk and Betsmar are locked in a fierce duel for 10th place. Willow Shrub is really having a rough time, dropping to 26th place. Double is gaining on Shron and closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Super Sigi just moved up to 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Dude Smoke Ea Blunt and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. Namar Pink Wolf just gained a spot to 7th. Kasuma Girl and Namar Pink Wolf are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Willow Shrub is closing in on Fish to Husky fast. Just lost 11.2 seconds. Dude Smoke Ea Blunt has climbed 1 spot to 4th. Mighty Chunk and Jibuogi are nose to nose for 10th place. Kalmitwi has climbed to 5th place. Betsmar is closing in on Kazoomer Girl, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Mighty Chunk has moved up to 10th place. Wayne Tra 94 just sneaked into the top 12. Willow Shrub is gaining on Fish to Husky, cutting the gap by over 1 second. Beyond Fuark Souls, just climbed one spot to 13. Shattered Pixel and Akvathia locked in a close fight for 18. Amy moved up one spot to 21. Amy and Nathia Mavi are battling it out for 20th. Well, look at that. Shrine just took the victory. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Wow. Sean really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations. That was some smooth driving. I guess all those virtual miles paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Sure. Did you know that Afanisto track in Finland has been around since the 1960s and is famous for its twists and turns that really test a driver's skill? It's like the racetrack version of a roller coaster but with more speed and less screaming. Perfect place for some thrilling AI battles. Oh wow, what a matchup! On one side, we have Bees McGee with a classic Chinook Mark II from 1966. That's a vintage beauty. Probably a bit sluggish, but full of character. And then Bacho Grande with a sleek 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider, which I imagine might be faster and more agile given its sporty heritage. Based solely on the cars, I'd say Bacho Grande's Porsche has the edge. It's a more nimble machine, and likely better suited for the twists and turns of Afanisto. But of course, with AI driving, anything can happen. I'd put my money on the Porsche for the win, But don't count out Bees McGee's vintage charm, making a surprise deal. Alright guys, the race kicks off at Finisto, and leading the pack is Captain Trippy in a classic 1965 Cooper Type 61 Monaco de Oe. Looks like he's got that vintage charm leading the way. Captain Trippy has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Uncle Tobin is right behind in second, and Icar 77 is close in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Uncle Tobin just snatched the lead from Captain Trippy. Looks like Uncle Tobin and Captain Trippy are locked in a close fight for first place. Marty Freeze is climbing up to 6th place, slowly but surely. Marty Freeze just overtook someone to take the 5th place. Looks like the battle for 5th is heating up between Amy and Marty Freeze. Story Forge is inching closer to the top 20, moving up 1 spot. Cloudy and Ika 77 are nose to nose for 3rd place. Amy and Marty Freeze are locked in a close fight for 5th. Miko Broadcast is climbing up 1 spot to 11. Bees McGee and Miko Broadcast are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Bacorn just gained a spot to take 20th. Epic Sugar and Bacorn are also battling fiercely for 20th. Miko Broadcast is gaining on Vanon 1857, closing the gap by a second. Bees McGee and Miko Broadcast are nose to tail for 11th place. Amy is climbing up to 5th place. Bees McGee is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Cloudy just nudged into 3rd, climbing 1 spot. HP Lootcraft is also up 1 spot, now in 7th. Vanona 1857 is climbing up to 11th place. And enough Bessid Nizartfu and Vanona 1857 are nose to nose for that spot. Druafals is making a move, now in 22nd. MA77 is now in 3rd place. HP Loopcraft is gaining on Marty Freeze, closing the gap by a little over a second. Bees McGee is climbing up to 8th place. Maya is in 13th place with a 1965 Cooper Type 61 Monaco. Looks like she's holding steady, but not quite making moves yet. Bees McGee is closing in on HP Lootcraft, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Le Caillou has moved up 2 spots to take 13th place. Strutting Jal has gained 1 position, now sitting in 15th. Maya is on a roll, climbing up to 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 4th place. Cloudy and Amy are nose to tail fighting for that 4th place. Cloudy is climbing to 4th place. Amy and Cloudy are still neck and neck for that position. Epic Sugar is making a move, now in 17th. Cloudy's driving a 1966 Chinook Mark II, same as Amy. They're currently in 6th place, just ahead of Amy, with a decent lap time. Looks like they're holding their own in the mid-pack. Marty Freeze is feeling the heat with HP Lootcraft closing in fast. Catgirl Tien just sneaked into the top 10, maybe chasing some better snacks. Bees McGee is climbing nicely to 7th place. Basho Grande is inching closer to 11th, now just one spot behind Bays Nazartvu. Looks like a tight fight for that 11th position. Zap Brandigan just overtook someone to climb to 22nd place. Just Pankakis and Zap Brandigan are nose to nose for that spot. Waldo is inching closer to the top 27. Bees McGee just sneaked into 6th place. Marty Freeze and Bees McGee are nose to tail for that spot. Meanwhile, Bays Nazartvu and Bacho Grande are locked in a close fight for 11. Marty Freeze is climbing up to 6th place. Story Forge is making a move to 18th. Wow, Uncle Tobin took the top spot. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Guess you're officially the fastest in the family now? Wow, Uncle Tobin really pulled off the victory. Congratulations on the win, you earned it. Now, Amy, congratulations on snagging the fastest lap. That's no small feat. You can claim the 1966 Chinook Mark II, the vintage ultralights. Looks like some pretty sweet rides are up for grabs today. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down and your chance to pick the winning car is almost gone. Make your choice now before it's too late. Don't miss out on the perfect ride for this race. Hey Emin-san, great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some epic AI car racing action. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Alright, this is a classic battle of the underdog versus the slightly less underwhelming. Wafflingottes is behind the wheel of the 1988 Colony FC 188. Now that car is pretty much the definition of vintage charm, but maybe not the fastest out there. On the other hand, Amundsen is racing the 1988 Lotus 100T, which has a bit more of a racing pedigree, especially with that turbocharged Renault engine. Considering the cars, I'd lean towards Amundsen's Lotus having a slight edge for that extra turbo boost. But then again, it's AI racing, so anything can happen. Still, if I had to place a bet, I'd say Amundsen is probably gonna pull this one off, mainly because of that turbocharged engine giving a bit more punch. But don't count out Wafflingottes, vintage or not. Sometimes the charm just gives a racing boost. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Botany Orange Short. Amy is starting on pole, driving a classic 1988 Zach Speed 881. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if chaos awaits. Amy is leading the race from the front. Zufik is right behind in second, and Akanon is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Ablaz is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to second place. Zufik is now leading, moving up 1 spot to first. Wafflingottes is gaining ground, moving 2 spots to fifth. Ablaza is racing in a Williams FW12, a car known for its aerodynamics and reliability. They're currently in second place, so it looks like their strategy is paying off. Ablaz is leading in a Williams FW12, which was known for its aerodynamic efficiency and good handling. Looks like they're holding a solid second place so far. Amy is leading the race in the first place with the Zach Speed 881. Looks like she's holding on to her position pretty well so far. Giochino Miracles is driving a Tyrrell 017 from 1988. They're currently in 14th place, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Zachary TV is driving an Ozella F, a 1L, and is currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Zufik is leading the race in a Tyrrell 017 from 1988. Looks like they're holding strong at the front, probably enjoying a comfortable gap. Zachary TV is driving an Ozella F, a 1L. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not exactly making waves. Rekoharu G is driving an Ozella F1L, the same as Zachary TV Tone. They're currently in 12th place and holding a solid pace with the fastest lap just slightly behind the leader. Looks like they're staying competitive. Kaber just nudged into 8th place. Amundsen and Kaber are nose to nose for that spot. Reikoharu G and Natural Unlucky are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Giochino Miracles is driving a Tyrrell 017 from 1988. They're currently in 14th place and seem to be holding steady with a decent lap time, but no real moves yet. Amazon is driving a Lotus 100T, which is known for its distinctive design and turbocharged engine. They are currently in 8th place with the fastest lap of the race, so they're pushing hard and making some impressive moves. Amy is really turning up the heat, closing in on Ablaze. Reiko Haruji is climbing steadily, now in 10th place. Reiko Haruji is in 11th and holding the fastest lap, so he's probably just saving tires for a late push. Reiko Haruji is driving an Acela F, a 1L, which is known for its lightweight design and decent handling. They're currently in 10th place and holding a strong position with the fastest lap of the race. Looks like they're pushing hard. Sufik is leading in the Tyrrell 017, which is known for its balanced handling. They've set the fastest lap so far, so it looks like they're pushing hard and maintaining a strong pace. Ablaze is leading in a Williams FW12 from 1988, which is known for its aerodynamic design and reliability. Looks like they're holding a solid pace, but Sufik is right behind, ready to pounce. Well, look at that. Ablaze took the victory. Guess they really know how to cross the finish line first. Congratulations! Wow, Ablaze really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations! That was a fantastic race and they totally deserved that win. Looks like they've got some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's just AI. Can't wait to see if they can do it again. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Hidden Valley Raceway has tight corners and quick changes in direction, so a car that can navigate those turns smoothly and stick to the track is essential. Speed is important, but if your car can't handle the twists and turns, you're going to lose time. So, a balanced setup with good grip and responsive steering would be my top priority here. Alright, everyone, time's almost up. Make your final picks or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see these AI cars race to glory. Wow, what a classic showdown. The Ford Gran Torino from 1972 versus the Mercedes-Benz 300ZL from 1968. That's like choosing between a vintage muscle car and a luxury beast. I'd say the Ford has that raw, gritty charm, but the Mercedes with its power and prestige might just sneak ahead. It's a tough call, but if I had to bet, I'd lean towards the Mercedes because of its legendary 6.3-liter V8 engine. Either way, this is going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Hidden Valley Raceway, and leading the pack is the vintage legend. A 1954 Mercedes-Benz 330 Thurs 796 is on pole, and looking pretty confident. Let's see if that classic ride can hold the lead. Yesterone 133,796 has shot off the line to take the lead. Alex Nati is right behind in second place, and Balsamic Vintu 183 is holding on to third. Looks like a close fight already. Aethaplasm is slicing through the field to claim 9th place. LXAX Inert is climbing to the top, taking first place. Amy is also on the move, grabbing third. Maricus is now in 7th place, climbing 1 spot. Balsamic Vintu 183 and Maricus are nose to tail fighting for 6th. Midserob Starks has advanced 1 position to 13. Maricus just snuck into 6th place. Aethaplasm and Naya are still nose to nose for 8. Midserob Starks is climbing up to 12th. Maya is currently in 10th place with a 1968 Mercedes-Benz 380. The race looks tight with no clear leader yet. Mighty Chunk and Amy are nose to tail for 3rd place. Maricus just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th. Akvati and Maricus are battling hard for that 5th position. Aim dialed. Amy is now just a second behind Gesterone 133,796. Maya has overtaken someone to climb into 8th place. Midserob Starks has also gained a spot, now in 10th. Midserob Starks is climbing up to 8th place. Sumboard Boy is now in 13th. Schoolbus Rust FDA and Sumboard Boy are nose to nose for 12th. Sumboard Boy is driving a 1974 Fiat 131 Abarth that looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but not falling behind either. The track's tight corners seem to favor the vintage street cars with good handling, but the straightaways are letting the faster cars catch up. Aethaplasm is climbing up to 6th place. Zachariah TV is narrowing the gap to Balsamic Vintu 83 by over a second and a third. Zachariah TV and Balsamic Vintu 183 are locked in a close fight for 10th place. Marcus is really closing that gap on Mighty Chunk. Just a second and a bit behind now. Sunboard Boy is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to sit in 10th place. Nedza Rope Starts is in 9th place with a 1957 Ferrari 250G California. Tone. Their fastest lap is a 1:31.476, which is pretty quick but not enough to shake up the top spots. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Maya's car is a 1968 Mercedes-Benz 300 EL and is currently in 8th place. The fastest lap so far is 1:33.294. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress. Amy is driving a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss 302, currently in 3rd place. Looks like she's holding her own among the vintage crowd. Maya is closing in on Akvaithi, looking for a way past. Emerald Tick 3988 and School Bus Restev are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 5th place. Mighty Chunk and Aetherplasm are nose to nose for 4th. Maya is sneaking into 7th after a little push forward. Yesteron 133. 796 is driving a 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL. They're currently in 2nd place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're holding steady and pushing hard. Balsamic Vint on 83 is driving a 1977 Opel Kadett C GE. They're currently in the 12th place and seem to be struggling with the pace, as their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 4th place. Emerald Tick 398 and Balsamic Vintru 183 are locked in a close fight for 12th. Maya is gaining rapidly on Marcus, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Emerald Tick 398 and Balsamic Vintru 183 are locked in a fierce fight for 12th place. Then Zerobstarks just sneaked into 7th place. Akvaithi is closing the gap on me by a 2nd and a 3rd. Emerald 398 is making moves, climbing into 12th. Wow! LXEXEcheat just took the win. Looks like someone's got the speed and the skills. Well done! Wow! LXLXT really pulled off an impressive victory there. Congrats on the win, you clearly know your way around a virtual track. Can't wait to see if you can defend your title next round. Sure thing. Did you know that classic Indy cars from the golden age of racing often had their fuel tanks placed right behind the driver? Which meant that in a crash, the fuel could become part of a dramatic spectacle, rather than just a nasty spill. It's like they were built more for speed and show than for safety. But hey, it made the races all the more exciting to watch. Well, since we are flying blind with these two drivers, it's a bit like guessing which cookie will crumble first. Both are driving the same classic car on this tricky Silverstone track, so it really comes down to who can handle the pressure, or maybe just the luck of the draw. Without any stats or history, I'd say it's a toss-up. But hey, maybe one of them has a secret superpower, like knowing exactly when to brake or having the perfect racing line. So, I'll go with the driver who looks most confident. Or maybe just the one who's waving the most. Who do you fancy? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Silverstone with spear like hail in the historic 1952, Kuzma Offi leading the pack from pole position. Let's see if those vintage vibes can keep up with the modern speeds. Spear like hail has taken the lead right out of the gate. Dehi Perseven is holding strong in second place. Pumpkin Ofglary is sitting in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Pumpkin Ofglary and the Hyper 7 are nose to nose for second place. Maya is climbing up to fifth. Kyosify is also moving up to seventh. Ovidus is climbing up to sixth place. Amy has advanced to 7th. Akvati and Shutotodoroka 39 are nose-to-nose for 9th. Akvati and Shutotodoroka 39 are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Crystal 33 is climbing up to 13th. Minamaista at 21 is making moves to 18th. Agvaiti is on a roll, climbing to 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lemon Cult Games is right behind, also moving up 3 spots to 8. Crystal 33 is making a push, gaining 3 positions to 10th. The race is heating up. My Namai Style Air 21 is climbing to 14th place. Yabuai Rwanda is now in 15th place, both making small moves but still a long way to the front. Bilthiolgai is climbing up to 16th place. Celestial Inari and Down to Quest are nose-to-nose for 17. Axton Hits is inching up to 20. Akvaithi is driving a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy, starting from 10th place. They're currently in 8th, so they've gained a couple of positions. Looks like they're making steady progress but not quite breaking into the top 5 yet. Crystal 33D just moved up one spot to 9th place. Celestia Linari and Down to Quest are nose to nose for 17. Gemasta T Gamini. 1000 and Axton Hits are locked in a close fight for 20th. Celestial Ninari and Down to Quest are neck and neck for the 17th spot. Axton Hits and Lithocarp are also locked in a close fight for 19. Amy is closing in on Gemaster the Gamer 9000, shrinking the gap by 4 seconds. Celestia Linari is climbing to 17th place. Axton Hits is now 19. Amy is closing in on Gemaster the Gamer 9000, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Maya is now in 4th place, closing the gap. Your Instinct is right behind in 5th. Down to Quest has gained 1 spot and is now in 17th. Little Carb just nudged ahead of Axton Hits for 19th place. They are nose to tail. No room for error. Axton Hits is driving a 1960 Scarab Indy. They're currently in the 21st spot and seem to be struggling with their lap times, almost a full second slower than the leaders. The classic Indy cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the Silverstone International track seems to favor the older Maserati with the 1958 model leading the pack. The tight corners and high-speed straights are probably highlighting the strengths of these vintage machines. Crystal 33 just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. Lemon Cult Games and Crystal 33 are nose to tail for 8. Amy is closing in on Gemaster the Gamer 9000, shrinking the gap by a second and a third. Well, look at that. Spear Like Hail took the checkered flag. Guess they really know how to turn the race into a one-person show. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Spear Like Hail really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations to them on an amazing race. Looks like they were the quickest on the track today. Well done. Sure thing. Did you know that the Indy cars from 1995 featured some pretty wild aerodynamic designs that made them look like they were ready to take off? Back then, engineers were really pushing the limits to squeeze every bit of speed out of them, which led to some pretty interesting wing setups and bodywork. It's like watching a bunch of sleek, speed-hungry rockets wheel around the track. Truly a different era of racing, where style and speed went hand in hand. Alright, both of these cars are pretty legendary in their own right. But I gotta say, the Penske PC23 is known for its incredible handling and racing pedigree from the 90s. Grumpy Riff's car has a reputation for being a real wild card, especially at a speedway where control and aerodynamics matter. On the other hand, the Reynard 95i is no slouch either. It's a solid piece of machinery with great speed and reliability, perfect for a race like this. But if I had to put my chips on one, I'd lean towards Grampy Jerf's Penske simply because of its history and finesse. Who do you think is going to stay glued to the asphalt? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Auto Club Speedway with Ashanarton on pole, zooming in that classic 1995 Penske PC23. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Ashanarton is leading the race, followed closely by Beanstreams in second place. Sunboard Boy is currently in third, trying to keep up. Apex Milkbag is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 12. Sunboard Boy just gained 1 position to second. The fight for first between Sunboard Boy and Ashanarton is heating up. They're nose to nose. Sunboard Boy just snatched the lead from Ashanarton. U20 Plays is climbing to 4th place. U20 Plays and Beanstreams are neck and neck for third. Basket Navy is on the charge now in 23rd place. Zademojianes is also climbing fast in 25th. Arayu Serial is having a rough patch, dropping back to 29th. Kalukachu is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Jolin Wolf is catching up fast, now in 9th. Amy is also making moves, now in 11th. The race is heating up. Papa Cassie is dropping like a stone, now in 28th place. Grampy Yerf and Cthulhukachu are nose to nose for 6th. Meanwhile, Apex Milkbag and Grampy Jerf are fighting it out for 7th. Ashanarton and Sunboard Bowie are nose to tail for the lead. U20 Plays is chipping away at Ashanarton's rearview mirror, closing the gap by a second and a half. Gabby the Minimac is climbing up to 8th place, leaving someone behind. Gabby the Minimac and Grampy Jerf are locked in a close fight for 7th. U20 Place is gaining on Ashanarton, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Yam Chubby Panda is closing in on U20 Place, cutting the distance by 2.5 seconds. Grampy Jerf is climbing 2 spots to take 5th place. Apex Milkbag just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th place. They're locked in a close fight with DJ Lone Wolf for 9th. Meanwhile, Unstable and Apex Milkbag are battling it out for 10th. Gabby the Minimac and Cthulhukachu are still neck and neck for 7th place. Apex Milkbag just overtook one car to sit in 9th. Unstabil is also climbing now in 10th. Famaka is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 12. Exoasis is making a move up 3 spots to 14. Anarchizix is also climbing fast, overtaking 4 cars to land in 15. Gabitha Minimac is climbing up 2 spots to take 6th place. 2 Peasant Up Hotcast and Gabitha Minimac are locked in a close fight for 6th. Exoasis and Adanet 44 are battling it out for 13th place. Ashenariton is really dropping back now, down to 24th place. UNT Place just moved up to 2nd place, and is battling it out with Yam Chubby Panda for the top spots. Looks like a close fight for 2nd right now. Wow, Sunbird Bowie took the checkered flag. Guess boredom really fuels victory. Well done! Wow, what a shocker. Congrats to Sunboard Bowie for taking the win. I guess all that practice paid off. Or maybe the cars just decided to let them win today. Either way, well done. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and maneuverability. The tight turns and elevation changes at Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez Vintage require a car that can stay nimble and respond quickly to the driver's inputs. Acceleration matters too, but being able to stick to the racing line and weave through corners smoothly is what really wins the race here. Top speed isn't as crucial as being able to control the car through those tricky corners without losing precious time. Alright everyone, hustle up and pick your favorite car before time runs out. You don't want to miss out on the chance to see which one will dominate the race. Hurry up and make your selection. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, I'd say it's a classic game of guesswork. Since they're driving the same car on the same track, it's really a toss-up. Maybe luck and a bit of skill will decide. Who knows? Maybe one of them will just wake up and surprise us all. Honestly, could be anyone's race at this point. Just sit back and enjoy the chaos. Alright folks, the vintage Trans Am cars are taking off from the pole with Lamborghini tube behind the wheel of a classic 1967 Mercury Cougar. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold its lid. Lamborghini Tube has shot off the line into the lead. Cloudy is holding second place, staying close. Rundum 69 is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Gyroscope is charging up the field, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Cloudy and Lamborghini Tube are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Connor Malati and Alan 656 are also neck and neck for 4th place. Nexa Romaville just sneaked into 6th place. Nexa Romaval and Connor Malati are nose to nose for 5th. Amy and Bjornard are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Ixnobot and Ablaze are locked in a close fight for the 14th place. BioWard is inching up 1 spot to 17th. Boofin and 18 and BioWard are also battling it out for 17th. Ablaze just overtook someone to move up to 13th place. Basketinfi and Ablaze are still nose to nose for that 13th spot. Boofin and 18 and BioWard are fighting hard for 17th. Gali is driving a vintage AMC Javelin, holding 2nd place. Looks like they're cruising smoothly, not pushing too hard yet. Lamborghini Tube is holding onto the lead, but Wolf's Light is right on his tail. Ixnobot and Ablaze are neck and neck for 15th place. No room for error there. Lamborghini Tube takes the lead, claiming 1st place. Gaudi climbs up to 2nd. Rundum 69 moves into 3rd. Looks like the top 3 are playing musical chairs. Bjorn Art and Nexiromavel are neck and neck for 6th place. Mai and Bjorn Art are fighting hard for 7th. Amy and I are locked in a close scrap for 8th. Detoxins and Amy are nose to tail for 9th place. Ablaze is sneaking into 12th. Stephen Brinkley is climbing into 14th. Ablaze is really having a rough time, dropping to 20th place. Detoxins is climbing steadily, now in 9th. Stephen Brinkley is making moves up to 12th. Ablaze is storming through the field, now in 1st place after overtaking 19 cars. Lamborghini Tube and Ablaze are nose to nose in a fierce fight for the lead. Buinin 18 and Squat Bender are locked in a close duel for 18th place. BOR is making a nice climb up to 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lamborghini Tube is holding on to the lead with a 1-spot gain. Cloudy is right behind in 2nd, also moving up 1 spot. Basketinfi is now in the 16th place. Gliding Penguin has moved up 2 spots to take 17th. They are close together, battling for 16th place. Alan 656 just overtook Rondon 69, and now they are side by side for third place. This is getting interesting. Alan 656 is gaining on Cloudy, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ixnobotexel and Vinha 17 are locked in a fierce fight for 14th place. Next, Romaval is driving a 1968 Pontiac Firebird. They're currently in 8th place, but their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up. Ablaze is closing in on Squawkbender, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Alan 656 has climbed up to 2nd place. Rondon 69 has moved into 3rd. Detoxins is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 6. Amy is also making progress, overtaking 3 cars to grab 7. Next, Romaval is pushing forward, moving up 2 places to 4th. The Oart is on a tier, overtaking 13 cars to take the lead. Gliding Penguin is closing in on Vinha 17, chipping away at the gap. Timborghini, Tuba and BioArt are nose to tail in a fierce fight for the top spot. Wow, Timborghini Tuba, you really drove away with that victory. Looks like all those laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Timborghini Tuber really pulled off an impressive win there. Congrats to them. That was some top-notch driving. I guess they're the ones to beat now. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Enna Pergusa circuit, I would probably go with the Red Bull Racing RB18. They've been pretty good with handling high-speed corners and maintaining stability through the twists and turns. Plus, their Their balance on the track usually gives them an edge in those more technical sections. The Ferrari F175 is a close contender, but I think the Red Bull might have the slight advantage in consistency and overall race pace on this particular circuit. Alright folks, last call to pick your favorite ride before the countdown ends. Make your choice now or forever. Hold your peace in the race of the automatics. Alright, we've got Zero Time Live in a Mercedes 13, and Egliste Tapsambonks in a Williams FW44, racing on Enna Pergusa. Both are solid choices in their own right. But the Mercedes is known for its speed and handling, especially in tricky circuits. The Williams, while a good car, tends to lag a bit behind in overall performance. So, if I had to bet, I'd say Zero Time Live might have the edge here. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen and surprises are always around the corner. Let's see if the Williams can defy expectations. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Enna Pergusa with Taknisti leading the pack in a sleek 2022 ASV F22B. Let's see if he can hold on to that pole position, or if the other cars have different plans. Serotimalev is leading the race. Taknisti is right behind in second, and Detoxins is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Dehiper 7 and Yam Chubby Panda are nose-to-nose for 7th place. King Root and Lazy Towner are locked in a close fight for 12th. Detoxins and Taknisti are neck and neck for 2nd place. Quantis Tapsumbangas and Detoxinzi are fighting hard for 3rd. X Basic Switch and Brandobuster are locked in a close duel for 5th. Taknisti and Zero Time Alive are nose-to-nose for the lead. X Basic Switch and Brandobuster are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Dishonored Fox just gained a spot and is now 8th. Vehipa 7 and Dishonored Fox are nose-to-tail for 8th place. Lord Buttrell and Lazy Towner are also locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Vehipa 7 is dropping like a stone, now in 15th place. Alacoast is climbing steadily, now in 9th. Amy is also moving up, now in 10th. The F1 2022 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the Enna Pergusa track's tight corners and short straights favor drivers with good handling and acceleration. It's a close race with no clear dominance yet. Hollow Coast is driving a Mercedes W13, currently in 10th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. X-Basic Switch has just overtaken someone to move into 5th place. Brando Booster and X-Basic Switch X are still neck and neck for 5th. Dishonored Fox and Am Chubby Panda are locked in a close fight for 7th. Brando Booster and X-Basic Switch are nose to nose for 5th place. Dishonored Fox is sneaking into 7th, closing the gap. Zero Time Alive is leading in the Mercedes W13 and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're comfortably ahead and pushing hard. Lord Buttrell is setting the pace with the fastest lap. But he's not in the top half. Looks like he's saving some for the final lap, or just having fun. X-Basic Switch is driving a Haas V F22 and is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is 1:22.730, so they're holding a decent pace, but still a bit behind the leaders. Taknasty just overtook for the lead. Zero Team Lilith is right behind, ready to pounce. Lazy Town and Kingrut are neck and neck for 11th place. Zero Team Live is now in 1st place. Lazy Towner has moved up to 11th. Kingrut and Lazy Towner are nose to nose for 11th. X-Basic Switch is driving a Haas V F22 and is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:20.567, which is pretty quick. Looks like they're holding steady and staying competitive. Wenty Tabsum Bontes is driving a Williams FW44 and is currently in 4th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leader, so they're holding a solid position but not quite challenging for the top spot yet. X-Basic Switch just overtook 2 cars to move into 3rd place. Detoxins and X-Basic Switch are nose to tail for 3rd position. Yam Chubby Panda and Brando Buster are fighting hard for 6th. Wow, Zero Tommy Live really outdid themselves. Big congratulations to them for taking the victory. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep up that momentum in the next race. A fun fact about the 1973 Porsche 91730 Spider is that it was designed specifically to dominate the Can-Am series and was so powerful that it set a world speed record of over 220 miles per hour during a test run. Clearly, this car was built for racing chaos and breaking records, not just looking pretty on the track. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your choices now before the AI cars take off without you. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite car battle it out on the track. Well, with both drivers flying solo without much info, it's pretty much a race of chance now. Given they're in the same car, I'd say it all comes down to the driver's skill, or maybe just who's feeling luckier today. Since we don't know much about either, I'd lean towards just picking the one who looks the most confident, or maybe the one wearing the loudest outfit. Let's see who surprises us. Alright everyone, the race is heating up at the Buxton track. Chosen's Coast is starting on pole. In a classic 1970 Ferrari 712. I guess vintage is making a comeback in the Can-Am class. Dylan Wolf has shot to the front holding the lead. Chosen's Coast is right behind in second place. Plebis 3 is currently in third, hanging on tight. The pack is still settling in, so expect some shifting soon. Plebis 3 and Chosen's Coast are nose to tail for second place. Rumi Fister team is climbing up to 11, while Kevanona is also making moves, now in 15. Lindley Luck is on a tear, climbing to third place after overtaking 6 cars. Billy is right behind, also making a move through the field to take 4. Romeo Fister team is gaining ground, overtaking 5 cars to sit in 6th. The race is heating up. Daisy Shines is on the move, climbing up to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Catgirl TM is also making a move, now in 7th after passing 4 cars. While Cavanona is not far behind, now in 8th after a similar surge. Lindley Luck is gaining on Plebis 3, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Amy has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Belzamic Vintwell 83 is closing in on Spikeballs, reducing the gap by 1.9 seconds. Lindley Luck is chipping away at Plebis 3, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Spikeballs has climbed 1 spot to take the 10th place. Belzamic in 283 also moved up 1 spot into 11. Bilio is driving a 1978 Ferrari 512 BBL and is currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding a solid position but not quite catching the leaders yet. Amy is currently in 8th place at the 1974 Shadow DN4. Her fastest lap is 16.635 seconds, which is pretty competitive. Looks like she's holding her own in the Can-Am class. Edsa 21's Porsche 91730 Spider is currently out of the race, with a placeholder time. Looks like they're struggling to get going. Spikles is in 8th place with a Ford Capri Zaxby from 1980. Their fastest lap is just under 18 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Can-Am cars are leading with speed and agility, clearly dominating Buxton. Group 5 cars are struggling to keep up, likely due to less aerodynamic efficiency on this track. Plebis 3 just snatched the lead from the front. Billy and Lynn Lilac are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Edsos 21 is climbing steadily, now in 16th. Chosen's Coast is having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 11. Billy is climbing nicely, moving up 2 spots to 2nd. Lynn Lilac and Rummy Fizz 13 are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Looks like a battle to watch. Wild Kevin is on a tear, overtaking 4 cars to reach the 4th place. Spikles is closing in on Catgirl TM fast, chopping down the gap by 14.2 seconds. Lynn Lilac just moved up 1 spot to 3rd. Sumboard Bowie is climbing fast into 4th place. Spikles is also making moves, now in 6th. Balsamic Vint 183 is not far behind, grabbing 7th. Things are heating up. Lynn Lilac just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Billy and Lynn Lilac are nose-to-nose for that 2nd spot. Spikables is making a move, climbing up to 5th place. Sumboard Bowie is gaining on Billil, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Balsamic Vint 183 is closing in on Spikeballs, reducing the distance by 1 second. Wild Kevin is climbing up 2 spots to take 7th place. Congratulations, Plebis 3. Looks like you just proved you're the fastest around. Don't get too comfortable at the top. Wow, Plebis 3 really took the checkered flag. Big congratulations to them for that impressive win. And hey, congratulations to Amy too. With the fastest lap, you get to claim the 1974 Shadow D&4. Nice reward for some serious skill on the track. Sure thing. Did you know that vintage ultralights racing cars are so lightweight and nimble that they sometimes make you wonder if they're more like flying carpets than traditional race cars? It's like watching a bunch of tiny, speedy dinosaurs race around the track. Who knew history could be so fast and fun? Oh, this is a fascinating matchup. On one side, we have Orange Funk in a vintage 1972 Lola T290. Classic, sleek, and probably giving off some serious nostalgic vibes. On the other side, Wayne Trinity 4 is piloting a 1967 Nissan R380A2, a car that's equally legendary in its own right, with a lot of racing history behind it. Considering the era and the design, the Lola might have a slight edge in handling and aerodynamics. But the Nissan R380A2 was built to be a speed demon. The race at Autodrome, most with no chicane, means a straightforward circuit, so raw power and stability will be key. If I had to put my chips down, I'd say the Nissan R380A2 might have a slight advantage in top speed. But don't count out the Lola. Its charm and potential cornering ability could surprise us. Honestly, I think it's going to be a close one, but I'll give a playful edge to Wayne Trinity 4 with the Nissan. But hey, it's all about the thrill of the race. Let's see who's got the better AI driving skills today. Alright everyone, the race is just kicking off at Autodrome Most on this no chicane track. Maya's starting on pole with her vintage 1966 Chinook Mark II tail. Let's see if she can hold that lead or if the others will catch up. Maya has shot off the line to take the lead. Hot Bolognese is right behind in second place. Icar 77 is holding on to third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Abomzi is climbing up to 5th place now. Ixajax and Abomzi are nose to nose for that spot. The Gold Nerd and Cabra are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Ixajax just overtook someone to take 5th place. The Gold Nerd is climbing fast into 6th. Wayne Trinity 4 is making moves into 8th. The battle for the middle is heating up. Cherofa Kitten is driving a 1977 Opel Kadett C. They're currently in 21st place, so it looks like a tough race for them so far. Nyalito Tet 98 is driving a 1964 Ferrari 275 GTBC, which is a classic beauty. They're currently in the last place among Group 3 racers, so it looks like the race isn't going their way so far. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Cubber is just ahead, but Amy's gaining fast. Nyalito Tep 98 is now in 18th. Inching closer to Rai Nikki, who's right behind. Looks like a fun little scrap for that spot. Kingshu 22 just overtook someone to take the 14th place. Ablaze and Kingshu 22 are nose to tail for that same spot. Nyalito Tep 988 is inching closer to N-Body Notes, chopping a second off the gap. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Cobber and Orange Funk are nose to tail for 10th. Looks like Orange Funk just made a move on Cobber. Cobber and Orange Funk are nose to tail for 10th place. Cloudy just nudged up one spot to 19th. Abomzi is climbing up to 6th place. Cherofa Kitten and Iconic Odd are nose to nose for 22nd. Cobber is climbing up to 10th place. Cherofa Kitten is making a move to 22nd. Anything else happening on the track? Abomsi is gaining on Ixajax, closing the gap by a full second. Orange Funk and Cobber are nose to tail for 10th place. King Chu 22 and Zots Fired are locked in a fierce fight for 13th. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. King Chu 22 has also moved up 1 spot, sitting in 13th. Cherofa Kitten is climbing as well, now in 20th. Amy climbs to 7th place. Orange Funk advances to 10th. Cherofa Kitten is gaining on Cloudy, closing the gap by over a second. N Body Notes is driving a 1962 Jaguar Mark II, which is quite the classic. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling with pace, over 2 minutes behind the leader. Cobba's car is a 1973 ARC MF-16, a vintage lightweight racing machine. They're currently in 6th place but quite a bit behind the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Ixajax is gaining on Rondon 69, closing the gap to just over a second. Amy is narrowing the distance to Abomsi, now just a second behind. Cherofa Kitten has climbed 1 spot to take the 19th position. Air 77 is making a move up to 2nd place. B Goldnut is closing in on Amy and has shaved off 1.1 seconds. Nyarlathotep 98 is catching Lin Lilac, also by 1.1 seconds. Nyarlathotep 98 and Lin Lilac are locked in a tight fight for 16th place. Orange Funk is climbing to 8th place. Big Gold Nut and Orange Funk are still battling for that position. Wayne 24 is closing the gap on Big Gold Nerd by a second and a tenth. Hot Bolognese just snuck into 2nd place. Icar 77 and Hot Bolognese are nose to nose for that 2nd spot. Big Gold Nut and Orange Funk are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on your win at Autodrome. Los no chicane. Looks like the race was just a warm-up for your talent. Wow, what a race! Congratulations to Maya for taking the win. You really showed the others how it's done. Great job on dominating the track today. And a big shout out to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. You've earned yourself the vintage 1966 McLaren M1B. That's a classic worth bragging about. Well done, everyone. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Zolder circuit, I would go with the 1963 Porsche 904. It's lightweight, agile, and has that racing pedigree that could really shine on a technical track like Zolder. The other contenders are fun classics too, but the Porsche's balance and handling should give it an edge in tight corners and quick acceleration. It might surprise us all by crossing the finish line ahead of the pack. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time. Don't miss out on choosing your champion in this wild race. The clock is ticking, and we want to see some epic battles out there. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, looking at these two, it's like a clash of the classics. The 1971 Ford Falcon is definitely a solid choice, known for its robustness and straight-line speed. But the Shelby GT350 from 1966? That car is pure muscle and agility, perfect for Zolder's twists and turns. Honestly, I'd give the edge to the Shelby here because it's more nimble and better suited for a track like Zolder. The Falcon might have a bit more raw power, but in a race where agility and handling are key, the Shelby has the upper hand. So, I'd say the driver behind the Shelby is more likely to take the win. But hey, with AI racing anything can happen, even a classic surprise. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Zolder track with Group 3's Era Special on pole, driving a classic 1971 Ford Falcon. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold on to the lead. Maya is leading the race right now with a solid start. Era Special is holding second place, trying to keep up. Nulavi is in third, but expects some early action to shake things up. Rome Spider just overtook someone to take 7th place. Blaming Buddha is also climbing up to 9. Slipsney de Gaming and Blaming Buddha are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Nox Exodus is inching closer to the top 10. Nox Exodus and Blaming Buddha are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Slipsney Gaming and Nox Exodus are locked in a fierce duel for 10th. Nox Exodus is climbing one spot to 9th place. Blaming Buddha and Nox Exodus are still neck and neck for 9th. Rumia Fist 13 is also moving up one spot to 10th. Rome Spider is climbing nicely into 6th place. Maho Chaos and Feskies are still neck and neck for 7th. Slipsleader Gaming is making a move, now in 10th after gaining 2 spots. Blaming Buddha is climbing up to 10th place. Just Panchakis is now in 13th. And Body Notes has inched up to 24th. Mahokaos and Feskis are nose to tail for 7th place. Amy just gained a spot and is now in 14th. Popcorn Slayer and Mudwolf are locked in a fierce duel for 16th. Nulavi is climbing to 2nd place. Storyforge is now 3rd. Rumifis 13 is making a move to 11. Special is climbing fast into 2nd place. Mahokaos is making a move to 7th. Slips Leader Gaming is closing in on Rumifis 13, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Slips Leader Gaming and Rumifis 13 are locked in a tight fight for 11th. Just Panchakis is climbing to 12th place. Nyarlathotep 98 and Gabithan Ninamak are neck and neck for 20th. N Body Notes is advancing to 23. Nox Exodus is climbing up to 8th place. Imbus Platinum and Amy are still neck and neck for 14th. Nyarlathotep 98 is pushing forward to 20th. Mahokaos is inching closer to Rome Spider, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Rumifis 13 just moved up 1 spot to 10th place. N Body Notes is gaining on Cheesendash Hour, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. The fight for 22nd place is heating up between N Body Notes and Cheesendash Hour. Rome Spider is now in 5th place. Rumia Fizz 13 is gaining on Feskis, closing the gap by over a second. Rumia Fizz 13 and Feskis are nose to tail for 9th place. Mahokaos is really closing the gap on Lux Ravenous, shaving off a second and a bit. Just Panchakis is climbing up to 10th place. Blaming Buddha and Rumifis 13 are nose to nose for 11. Just Panchakis is climbing to 9th place. Blaming Buddha is now in 11th. Imbus Platinum has jumped 2 spots to 12th. Rumifis 13 and Imbus Platinum are neck and neck for 12th place. Slips Leader Gaming and Amy are also trading paint for 14th. Just Platinum and Blaming Buddha are nose to nose for 11th place. Slips Leader Gaming is sneaking up to 10th. Lux Ravenous is closing in on Rome Spider, chipping away at the gap by 130 seconds. Blaming Buddha just moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Blaming Buddha and Just Panchakis are locked in a tight duel for 9th. Feskis is climbing up to 10th place. Imbus Platinum is now 11th. Amy is making a move to 13th. Up 2 spot. N-Body Notes just moved up 1 spot to take the 20th place. Nyarlathotep 98 and N-Body Notes are battling it out for 20th. Shu Up is closing in on H2 Hova, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Rome's Spider is climbing to 4th place. Just Panchakis is closing in on Nox Exodus, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Indus Platinum is moving up to 10th place. Just Panchakis is making a late push with the fastest lap, but he's still in the middle of the pack. He might need more than just speed to climb higher. H2 Hova is driving the 1963 Lancia Fovia Data. Their fastest lap is just under 2 minutes 1 second. They are currently in the 24th place, battling with other Group 1 cars. The race seems tough for them with a slower lap time compared to some others. Just Panchakis is really closing that gap on Nox Exodus. Less than a second now. Rumi of Fizz 13 just climbed 1 spot to 13. N Body Notes and Lord Buttrell are locked in a fierce fight for 19th place. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was a fantastic drive. Looks like Maya has earned the 1966 Shelby GT50 in Group 3. Well deserved. Who's ready to see the car in action or maybe claim their prize next? If I had to pick one of these cars, I would say the 2019 McLaren 720s GT3 has a pretty strong shot at winning. It's a modern supercar with cutting-edge technology, excellent aerodynamics, and a powertrain that screams speed. Plus its handling should be second to none, which is crucial on a tricky circuit like Weatherfield Speedway. The others are all fantastic in their own right. But given the latest design and engineering advancements, I'd put my money on the McLaren. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. Make your picks now or forever hold your peace. You want to see which AI car will dominate or struggle to stay on the track, right? Hurry up and choose your champion. Alright, with those stats, Supro 3, it looks like Supro 3 has quite a bit of racing experience but a win rate that's a little under 10%. That's not exactly dominant but definitely seasoned. Now, I don't have info on the other driver, but based on the experience and the fact they're competing at Weatherfield Speedway in a solid car like the Lancer Evolution, it's anyone's game. My gut says the racer with all those races behind them might have the edge, but don't count out someone who's hungry to prove themselves. Let's see how it all plays out. Alright folks, looks like HP Lootcraft is starting on pole in that 2015 Renault Sport R01 GT3, ready to show us what it's got at Weatherfield Speedway. Buckle up! HP Lootcraft has shot to the front, holding the lead. Relaxed View is right behind in second place. Eunice Gotta Leads is currently in third, trying to keep up. Shotskis has climbed to 5th place. Maya is now 7th after moving up one spot. Maya and Supra 3 are nose to tail fighting for 6th. Eunice Gotta Leads and Relaxed View are still locked in that tight fight for 2nd place. Maya just climbed one spot to 6th. Looks like the race is heating up. Eunice Gotta Leads just overtook Relaxed View for 2nd place. They're now nose to nose in a close fight. Nico Brokost and Amy are also battling hard for 8th. No clear leader there yet. Dr. Felix and VD39 are nose to nose for 10th place. Wrath 92 is climbing one spot to 13. Rose Goldgaming is making a move up to 28. Telescope Beam is on the move, climbing up to 23rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Architect is also making a charge, passing 5 cars to sit in 24th. Memory Die is not far behind, also overtaking 5 cars to land in 25th. Looks like the midfield is getting crowded. Shotskis has climbed to 4th place. Amy has moved up to 7th. Sir Prothry and Amy are neck and neck for 7th place. Dr. Felix is climbing up to 9th place. Miko Broadcast and Dr. Felix are nose to nose for 9th. Kufo is inching into 12th. Miko Broadcast and Dr. Felix are nose to nose for 9th place. Ixajax is climbing up to 13. Bjorn Art is inching into 18. Kufo and Miko Broadcast are locked in a tight fight for 10th place. Kilo Juliet Delta is chipping away at Kreisgoffer's lead, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Architect is climbing the ranks, grabbing the 22nd spot. Zoluchadong in 81 is closing in on Rosagol Gemming fast, cutting the gap by 6.8 seconds. Maya has moved up one spot to 5th place. Maya and Shotskis are locked in a close fight for 4th. Shotskis and Relaxed View are neck and neck for 3rd place. Sir Prothry is closing in on Amy fast, shrinking the gap by almost 3 seconds. Kufo and Miko Broadcast are fighting hard for 10th position. Shotskis just overtook someone to climb into 3rd place. Relaxed View and Shotskis are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for 3rd is heating up. Yum Chubby Panda and Spear Like Hail are locked in a close fight for 20th. No room for mistakes. Ixijax just overtook someone to move into 12th place. They, 39, and Ixijax are still nose to nose for that 12th spot. Spear Like Hail's climbing up to 19. Bjorn Art is driving a 2016 Opel Astra TCR. They're currently in the 19th place and seem to be struggling with pace, as their lap time is over a second slower than most of the field. Jonas Gottlieb is inching closer to HP Loopcraft, the gap shrinking by a second. Nya and Relaxed View are nose to tail for 4th place. Rang 92 is closing in on Kreisgoffer, closing the gap by over a second and a half. Well, look at that. HP Lootcraft just took the checkered flag. Nice job, champion. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow! HP Lootcraft really pulled off an impressive win. Well done. They definitely deserved that victory. Congrats to everyone who raced, and a special shout out to Maya for winning the bet race. You can now claim a sleek 2018 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution. Looks like someone's going to be cruising in style. Sure thing. The Bikerniki Big Ring Track is famous for its surprisingly challenging turns that seem to test even the most experienced driver's skills. It's like the track has a secret sense of humor, because just when you think you're mastering it, it throws in a twist that keeps everyone on their toes. It's definitely a place where a wild race can break out at any moment. Well, with both drivers being a bit of a mystery, I'd say it's anyone's game. It's like guessing who'll win in a game of rock, paper, scissors, but with a shiny 2012 shifter kart. Honestly, I'd put my money on the driver who looks most confident, or maybe just the one who's better at pretending they know what they're doing. Let's sit back and watch as these dark horse races surprise us all, or give us the slowest, most dramatic race ever. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Biker Nikki Big Ring. And Sir Pro3 is on the front line in his classic 2012 shifter kart. Let's see if that old school mojo can hold up. Figure 8 Sport has taken the lead right out of the gate. Sir Pro3 is holding strong in second place. Someone is currently in third, but expect some shuffling soon. Sir Pro3 just overtook to take the lead. Figure 8 Sport is right behind him, not giving up that easily. Lamborghini Tuba and another racer are neck and neck for third place. Figure 8 Sport is now in first place. Lamborghini Tuba has climbed to third. Buchitsero is up to 8th. Lazy Towner and Lee Russell are locked in a tight fight for 9th place. Amy is climbing up to 13. Dora Rogue is also making moves, now in 15th. Ozute Wu 1002 just overtook King Chu 22 for 21st place. Now they are side by side, fighting for the same spot. Lithocarp is making a bold move up to third place. Lazy Towner is storming through the field into fourth. Kaiosify is also climbing fast into fifth. The race is heating up. Buchitsero is closing in on Titus 61 fast, cutting the gap by 6.6 seconds. Someone just overtook 3 cars to grab the 14th place. Wild Kevinona is on the move, passing 5 cars to land in 15th. Aussie, Doily 2 is climbing up to 15th place. Lerusel is making a move to 22nd. Amy is currently in 7th place on a 2012 shifter kart. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Buchitsero is in 9th place on a 2012 shifter kart Dutta. Looks like they're hanging in there, but no sign of overtaking anyone just yet. Sir Pro3 is dropping like a stone to 12th place. Lithocarp is climbing to 2nd. Lazy Towner is sneaking into 3rd. Sir Pro3 is really having a rough time dropping to 20. Titus 61 and Kingshu 22 are nose to nose for 10th. Buchitsero is climbing up to 12th, inching closer to the top 10. while Kebanona is gaining on Pro 3 fast, closing the distance by over 10 seconds. Taito 61 just moved up one spot into 10th place. Buchitsero is chipping away at Kingchu 22, narrowing the gap by a second and a half. Liuracell is closing in fast on Wild Kebanona, cutting the gap by 17.1 seconds. Kyosify has climbed one spot to sit in 3rd place. Amy has also moved up one spot to take 4th. Lazy Towner is on the roll, climbing to 3rd place. Taito 61 is not far behind, pushing to 4th after overtaking 5 cars. I'm also making moves, overtaking 5 cars to land in 6th. The race is heating up. Emphatic is making a move, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 6 cars. Pro 3 is also on the rise, moving up 5 spots to 14. Kingchu 22 has gained 2 positions, now sitting in 15th. Liuracell is climbing nicely to take the 8th place. Kiruden is also making moves up to the 21st spot. Amy is catching up, now in 21st. Taito 61 and Lazy Towner are neck and neck for 3rd place. Aussie 1222 and Butchie Zero are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Aussie 222 is on the charge, moving up 3 spots to 5th place. Lazy Towner is dropping back 8 positions to 11. Taito 61 just gained 1 spot to 3rd. Lazy Towner is having a rough time and has dropped to the 17th place. Buchitsero is gaining on Aussie 2002, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. I'm inching closer to Just Platinum, chipping away at the distance by 1.4 seconds. Kiruvnin is gaining on James Misk, closing the gap by 17.30 seconds. Squat Bender is closing in on Karavinen, reducing the gap by 16.1 seconds. Lithocarp has just moved up 1 spot to take the lead. Ragu is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Indus Platinum is right behind, also gaining 3 spots to sit in 6th. Emphatic is making a move, overtaking 4 cars to land in 7th. Someone just blitzed through 4 cars to grab the 9th place. Wild Kebanona is also making a move, overtaking 4 cars to settle in 11th. Timborghini Tuba is climbing 1 spot to 8th. Things are heating up. The Goldnerd is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 12th place. Lazy Towner is doing the same, grabbing 3 positions to 13th place. Figureta Sport is also making a move, overtaking 3 cars to land in 14th place. The race is heating up. Congratulations to Lithocarp on winning the race. Looks like they really took the lead and left everyone in the dust. Well deserved. Wow! Lithocarp really pulled off an amazing victory. Congrats on winning that race, you definitely earned it. Looks like all that virtual driving paid off. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability. The Red Bull Ring National has those tight, twisty sections that really test how well a car can stick to the road and change directions quickly. While raw power is always fun, having a car that's agile and responsive will definitely give a driver an edge here. Speed on the straights is great, but the real magic happens in those sharp turns. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before the clock runs out. Don't want to miss out on the chance to see your favorite AI-powered beauty race. Hurry up and make your choice. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. Anga Tang 7 272 is behind the wheel of a classic 1979 Chevrolet Decon Monza GTX. That car has some serious muscle from back in the day. But remember, it's also a bit of an old-timer now. In the other corner, Mafia Mavi is racing a 1980 Ford Capri Zaxpeed, which is known for its agility and sporty handling. Given the Red Bull Ring's mix of sharp turns and straights, I'd lean towards the Ford Capri Zaxpeed, because it's generally more nimble and likely to handle those curves better. The Chevrolet might have raw power, but it might struggle with the sharp corners and quick changes in direction. So, my money's on Mafia Mavi and the Ford Capri Zaxpeed to come out ahead today. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, surprises are just part of the fun. Alright everyone, we've got Kyosify and Pole in the Group 5 class, cruising in a 1978 Grinwood Corvette GTX Classic Start. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead. Kyosify has taken an early lead. Hyper 7 is right behind in second, and I'm holding on to third place. Looks like a tight start already. Indigo Pete is climbing up to fourth place now. Thaobai Biolab is right behind him, also moving up a spot. They are nose to tail, battling for that fourth position. Gishta Husky advances to 8th place. Ian Ragnaroks climbs to 11th. X Ragnaroks and Draletsko are nose to nose for 10th. Maya is closing in on the leader, trying to make a move. Ragnaroks is now in 10th place, inching closer to the top 10. Draletsko and X Ragnaroks are nose to tail for the 10th spot. Mafia Mavi just climbed one spot to 5th place. Wanga Tang 7 272 also moved up one spot to 8th. Husky and Wangatang 7, 272, are nose to tail for 8th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Bao Bai Beo Lab and Amy are now battling for 6th place. Ixragnarox has advanced to 9th. Mafia Mavi and Indigopita are nose to nose for 4th place. Bao Bai Beolab and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Fish the Husky is climbing up 1 spot to 9. Mafia Mavi is climbing to 4th place. Langa Tang 7 272 is now 7th. Wayne Gretzky has moved up to 13th. Yum Chubby Panda is driving a 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. They're currently in the 12th place, a bit behind the leaders in the vintage ultralights category. Looks like they're struggling a little with lap times, clocking the slowest among their group. Indigo Pete is climbing up to 4th place. Mafia Mavi and Indigo Pete are nose to nose, fighting for that 4th spot. Fish the Husky is driving a vintage Porsche 909 Bergspider. They're currently in 9th place and seem to be holding steady with a fastest lap just under a minute. Looks like they're keeping it pretty tight in the pack. The Group 5 cars are dominating with Kyosify leading comfortably. The track favors their power and handling, giving them an edge. Vintage ultralights are struggling to keep up, likely due to less grip and speed on this circuit. Indigo Pete is climbing up to 3rd place. Zion Fox 213 is also moving up to 16th. High Mize and Silent Fox 213 are nose to tail for 16. Mafia Mavi is making a move up to 4th place. High Mize is climbing to 16. Looks like some strategic shifts happening. Bao Bai Biolab is driving the 1979 BMW M1 E26 March Toit. They're currently in 8th place and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, sitting behind the top 6 but still holding steady. The track's tight corners are favoring the more agile cars like the Corvette and Decon Monza, keeping the top positions close. The longer straights are giving the Zaxpeed and BMW a chance to catch up. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th place. Scrooge Champ and Let's Go are nose to tail for 11th. Looks like a close fight there. Screwed Champ just overtook Let's Go and is now in the 11th place. They are nose to nose, battling for that spot. Let's Go just overtook Scrooge Champ and is now in 11th place. They're nose to nose in that battle for the same spot. Congratulations to Kyosify on winning the race at Red Bull Ring National. Looks like they were in a league of their own today. Well done. Wow! Kyosify really showed off their skills today. Congratulations on winning the race, you earned it. Looks like all that practice paid off in the most epic way. Can't wait to see what you pull off next time. Sure! Did you know that the retro DTM racing cars from the late 80s and early 90s are actually considered some of the most iconic touring cars in racing history? They had this perfect blend of raw power and style, with classic boxy shapes that make them look like they just stepped out of a vintage arcade game. It's like watching a piece of racing history come back to life, only with a lot more horsepower and attitude. Wow, with those stats, Biolab definitely has the experience edge, but they are ranked a little higher. I'd say that means they have a bit more consistency, but maybe not quite the same drive to push for the top. On the other hand, I've raced a lot more, so I've probably got better instincts and stamina. Honestly, I think the race could go either way. Biolab's experience might give them the upper hand early on, but I wouldn't rule out a surprise from the underdog with the persistent hustle. So, I'll take a wild guess and say Biolab might just edge it out by the tiniest margin. But hey, in racing, anything can happen. Alright folks, the race is underway at Circuit Paul Armagnac, and leading the pack is Calicombany in a classic 1994 Mercedes C180D. Team up. Looks like they've got the pole position for now, but let's see if anyone can catch up. Biolab has taken an early lead with Maya right behind in second place. Calicombany is holding on to the third spot, trying to keep up with the front runners. Amy and Mirgudusu are nose to tail for fourth place. Dongert Sonthari just gained one spot and is now in 10th. Tukins, Flora and Dongers on 3 are fighting hard for 9th. Maya is closing in on the pack. Amy and Murgutsu are still battling for 4th place. Tukins Flora is now in 9th, making a nice climb. Deluxe Combo is up 2 spots, now in 14th. Amy just snuck into 4th place. Dongnitz on 3. And Tukins, Flora are nose to nose for 9. Basic Switch is climbing to 12th. Basics and Beyond Two Dark Souls are battling for 11th. Uncanny Buddy is climbing to 5th place. Mirgutsu and Unkoni Buddy are nose to nose for 5th. Dominance on 3 is inching up to 9th. Two Kings Flora just overtook Beyond Two Dark Souls and is now in 10th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is trying to fight back but still stuck behind. Blanky Frankie and Willow Shrub are nose to tail for 15th place. No one giving up just yet. Beyond Two Dark Souls is driving a 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier d'État. They are currently in 11th place, and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. Two Kins Flora is climbing up to 8th place. Dongits on 3, and Two Kins Flora are nose to nose for 9th. Lanky Frankie is making a move to 16th. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Dungeons on 3 are locked in a close fight for 10th place. D-Thirds just gained 1 spot and is now in 18th. Ren Kaori and D-Fitzards are also battling it out for 18th. Dongits on 3 is closing in on Tokines Flora, cutting the gap down to just a second and a half. They are really neck and neck for 9th place. Deluxe Combo and X Basic Switch X are also fighting hard for 13. Beyond Two Dark Souls is closing in on Dongers on 3, cutting the gap by a second. 2. They are battling for 10th place. Deluxe Combo has gained 1 position and is now in 13th. Mirgutsu just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Dongers on 3 are still locked in a close fight for 10th. Emergent Tempest moved up 1 position and is now in 16th. Uncanny Buddy and Mirgutsu are nose to tail for 5th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is climbing up to 10th. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Storyforge and Dongers on 3 are nose to tail for 11th place. James Misk and Mattisperry are locked in a close fight for the 20th spot. Deluxe Combo is climbing up to take the 6th place. Someone just moved up 1 spot to take the 12th. Deluxe Combo and Dongers on 3 are nose to nose fighting for 11th. Beyond Two Dark Souls is closing in on 2,000 Kinds of Flora, shrinking the gap by over a second. Storyforge has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Deluxe Combo and Storyforge are battling it out for 12th, nose to tail. X Basic Switch just overtook someone to climb to 13th place. Deluxe Combo and X Basic Switch X are nose to nose for 13. Mattisperry and D-Fizzards are locked in a close fight for 19. Storyforge is closing in on Dongers on 3, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. D-Thirds and Renkaori are neck and neck for the 18th spot. Storyforge and Dongers on 3 are nose to nose for 11th place. D-Thirds just gained 1 spot to sit in 18th. D-Thirds and Willow Shrub are fighting hard for 17th. Storyforge and Dongers on 3 are locked in a close fight for 11th place. D-Fitzards is making a move, and has just climbed one spot to 17th. Wow! Bow by Biolab, you really took the checkered flag. Looks like all those laps paid off. Nice job! Wow, what a legendary performance from Bow by Biolab. They didn't just win the race but also snagged the fastest lap and made the most overtakes. This Triple Crown win is truly something special. Seriously, hats off to them for dominating today. Since they've managed to claim all 3 achievements, they can now take home the classic 1996 Alfa Romeo 155. Kingawan Diancho Annual 6 to Kine 6 Retro DTM. Congratulations to Bow by Biolab for this incredible feat. Who knew racing could be this exciting? Sure. The 1965 Cooper Type 61. Monaco was actually a tiny racing marvel that showed you don't need a giant engine to make a big splash. It was known for its lightweight design and nimble handling, making it a favorite among drivers who love to dance around corners. Plus, it's a classic example of how innovative compact engineering could compete with the bigger, more powerful cars of its time. Short, sweet, and very sneaky on the racetrack. Oh, this is a classic showdown. The 1973 ARC MF-16 is pretty nimble for its age, but the 1966 McLaren M1B has that vintage racing charm and solid performance. It's like choosing between a vintage sports car and a classic racing legend. Honestly, I'd say the McLaren might have a slight edge because of its racing pedigree. But who knows? Maybe Xumer Girl's ARC could pull a surprise. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race is underway at Weatherfield Speedway, and leading the pack is Mutt Wolf in a vintage beauty. A 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider. Looks like he's set to make history right from the start. Princess Wildface is leading the race, followed closely by Mutt Wolf in second place, and Kazuma Girl holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Mutt Wolf is now in first place. Its Bumblebee has climbed to third. Its Bumblebee and Princess Wildface are nose to nose for second. Betsmar is charging through the field, now in sixth place after overtaking 3 cars. Its Bumblebee has climbed to second place, gaining 1 spot. Its Bumblebee and Mutt Wolf are nose to tail for the lead, trading paint and positions. Beats with Kev is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Princess Wildface and Beats with Kev are nose-to-nose fighting for 3rd. Timborghini Tube is also on the move up 1 spot into 6th. Chekomaru advances to 11th place. Thomas Moran and Silent Fox 213 continue their close fight for 25th. Down Toquist climbs to 28th. Timborghini Tuba just gained a spot and is now in 5th place. Amy and Betsma are nose-to-nose for 8th. Alan 656 and Amy are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Beats with Kif is now in 2nd place. Timborghini Tuba has climbed to 4th. Betsma is now in 7th. It's Bumblebee just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Timborghini Tuba is also climbing up to 3rd. Kev and Timborghini Tube are nose-to-nose for that 3rd spot. It's Bumblebee is now in 1st place. Alan 656 has moved up to 7th. Amy and Sikapal are neck and neck for 9th. Mutwolf is now in 1st place. It's Bumblebee and Mutwolf are still neck and neck for the lead. Amy has climbed to 9th place. Sikapal just overtook someone to take 9th place. Looks like the battle for 9th is heating up between Amy and Sikapal. Unclearly Gaming is climbing to 12th place. Things are getting interesting behind the leaders. Sikapal is really closing in on Betsmar now. Just a little over a second behind. Velocitor 14 has climbed 1 spot to 13th place. Looks like Maya and Velocitor 14 are about to have a showdown for that 13th position. Wenti Tapsumbongsis is gaining fast on Velocitor 14, closing the gap by 5.5 seconds. Timborghini Tuba is inching closer to its Bumblebee, chipping away at the lead by just over a second. Elan 656 is climbing up the order, moving into 6th place. Shikamaru is gaining on Betsma, closing the gap by a little over a second. Zikapal and Uncleela Gaming are locked in a fierce duel for 11th place. Velocitor 14 is climbing up the field, moving into 14th position. Betsma and Kazuma Girl are nose to tail for 7th place. Zikapal just gained 1 spot and is now in 11th. Uncleela Game and Sikapal are battling closely for 11th. Bunnysoft Doom is closing in on Lutusos, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Vay39 is climbing up 1 spot to take 24th place. Wauxi B and VD39 are locked in a tight battle for 24th. Rizwachingyo is climbing fast, now in 25th place, after overtaking 3 cars. Beats with Kef is closing in on Timborghini Tube, the gap shrinking by over a second. Lotusos and Red Panda Manatee 4 are locked in a tight fight for 18th place. Looks like a good scrap. Congratulations to Muttwolf for winning the race. Looks like they really sped past the competition. Wow, Muttwolf really pulled it off. Congratulations on the win. That was an impressive race. They totally dominated the track. Can't wait to see if they can keep that streak going in the next one. Great job. Sure thing. The 1969 Chevrolet Corvair Monza was part of a cars that gained quite a reputation for being both innovative and controversial. Fun fact is, it was powered by a rear-mounted, air-cooled engine similar to those used in European sports cars, which was pretty unique for American cars at the time. It's like Chevrolet was trying to bring a little European flair to the US roads, complete with a design that was both sleek and a little quirky. And guess what? Despite all the controversy, it's now a bit of a cult classic among car enthusiasts. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking and time is almost up to pick your favorite car. Make sure you get those choices in before the countdown finishes. Don't let your favorite slip away. This race is about to get intense. Ooh, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Balsamic Bin 283 with a classic Porsche 914-6. That little beauty is nimble and quick, especially around turns, thanks to its lightweight design. On the other side, Nyarlathotep 98's Dodge Monaco is a big, heavy brute. It might struggle on tight corners but could have some serious speed on the straightaways. Honestly, I'd say the Porsche has the advantage here because of the track's short and twisty nature. The Monaco might just be too bulky to keep up in the corners, but you never know. Sometimes a big car surprises you with how well it can handle the twisty bits when driven with enough grit. So, my bet is on Balsamic VIN 283 and the Porsche. But hey, it's AI, so anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Apricot Hill, short track, and Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is on pole, piloting a 1968 Porsche 912. Looks like vintage vibes are bringing some serious speed today. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross has taken an early lead. Hellskank is right behind in second place. Baobab Biolab is holding on to third, trying to keep up. Hellskank takes the lead and is now in first place. Baobab Biolab moves up to second. Trifinity 3 climbs 2 spots and is now in fourth. Trifinity 3 and Iron Crosser Wooden Cross are neck and neck for third. Ehab Ixema is on a roll, climbing 5 places to 20. Trifinity 3 is inching closer to the top, now in third. Captain Canadian is also making moves, now in sixth. Tangaducky TTV is climbing to 13th place. Dr. Monkey, 13th, and Tangaducky TTV are nose to nose for that spot. Relaxed View is making a move, now in 16th place. Captain Canadian is climbing fast to take the 4th place. Necrophantasm and Iron Crosser Wooden Cross are nose to nose for 5th. Amy and Maya are locked in a close fight for 7th. Necrophantasm is now in 5th place, closing the gap. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross and Necrophantasm are still nose to tail for 5th. Amy and Maya are battling for 7th. Looks like a fun little duel. Dr. Monkey 13 just overtook someone to move up to 14. Nyala Totep 90 and Dr. Monkey 13 are nose to nose for that same spot. Balsamic VIN 283 and Relaxed View are also fighting hard for 16. Trifinity 3 is now in 2nd place. Maya has climbed to 6th. Amy is now in 7th. The race is heating up. Bleach Mepsi is climbing to 8th place. Silhouette and Iron Crosser Wooden Cross are nose to nose for 9th. Dr. Monkey 13 is inching up to 13th. Bleach Mepsi is closing in on Amy and cutting the gap by a second. Silhouette just moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Illicitone 1095 and Nyarlatho Tapna 98 are locked in a fierce fight for 14. Baobab Biolab is now in 1st place after climbing 2 spots. Hellskank is right behind in 2nd, and they are battling fiercely for the lead. Amy has moved up 1 spot to take 6th. Bleach Mepsi just overtook someone to take 7th place. Maya and Bleach Mepsi are now nose-to-nose for 7th. Tangaducky TTV has moved up to 11. Tangaducky TTV and Iron Cross or Wooden Cross are fighting for 10th. Tangaducky TTV is climbing to 10th place. Zotsfired is gaining 2 spots, now in 13. Dr. Monkey 13 and Zotsfired are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Trifonunity 3 is now in 1st place. Bao Bai Biolap and Trifonunity 3 are still battling for the lead. Captain Canadian is closing in on Hellskank, cutting the gap by over a second. Bao Bai Biolap is now in 1st place. Necrophantasm is gaining on Captain Canadian, closing the gap by over 3 seconds. The two are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Amy is climbing up to 5th place. Wayne Nebretsky is now in 11th. Zotsfired is cutting the gap to Iron Cross or Wooden Cross by 2 seconds. Hellskank is gaining on Trifonunity 3, getting closer by over a second and a half. Zotsfired is inching towards Iron Cross or Wooden Cross, closing the gap quickly. Ihevixema is making a move on Menomudar, shrinking the distance noticeably. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Bleach Mepsi just overtook someone to climb to 6th. Zotsfired is gaining on Iron Cross or Wooden Cross, closing the gap by a second and a half. Amy's still hot on Captain Canadian's tail. Bleach Mepsi is gaining on Amy but still a bit behind. Silhouette is closing the distance to Maya and might be looking for an overtake soon. Zotsfired is climbing up to 12th place and is now just behind Wayne Bretsky, who is holding on to 11th. The battle for 11th is heating up. Wow. Bao Bai Biolab, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on your victory. Wow, look at that. Bao Bai Biolab took the checkered flag. Congratulations. You drove like a true champion, leaving everyone in your dust. Great job pulling off that victory. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Ebisu Higashi has tight corners and quick chicanes, so a car that can weave through with precision and stay stable at high speeds is essential. Power's fun, but maneuverability will get you the best times here. Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment to do it before your chance zooms away. Don't let your favorite car race by without your vote. Well, with both drivers practically flying blind and no background info, this race is pretty much a mystery box. But if I had to toss a coin, I'd say the one with the cooler username might have a slight edge. So, Skos or Obs, or Lord's Secretsby. May the best mystery driver win. Who do you guys think will take it? Alright folks, Trash Crashton is up front on pole in a classic 1986 Porsche 996. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. Skos or Obs is leading the race with a solid start. Trash Crashton is right behind him in second place. Lord Secretsby is holding on to third, but expect some early action to shake things up. Trash Crashton takes the lead now. Bao Bai Biolap climbs to 5th. Shoebox TV moves into 10th. The race is heating up. Unstabil is driving a 1991 Ford Sierra Sapphire. They're currently in 13th place, just behind the leaders. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Amy is driving a Ferrari F40 Competition, a classic beast. Looks like she's holding her own in 6th place, but no real pressure yet. The GTO cars are clearly dominating with the top 4 spots, showing their strength on this track. The BTC cars are trailing behind, likely struggling with the track layout or car performance. Maya is currently in 4th place with the 1989 Audi 90 Quattro. IMSA GO looks like she's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Anonymity 3 is driving a Merkur X R4 Ti, a classic with a bit of a reputation for handling. They're currently in 7th place, so not too shabby but definitely looking to move up. Captain Canadian is driving a 1992 BMW 318i in the BTC class. They're currently in 8th place, but their lap time is way off the pace, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. GTO cars are dominating with faster lap times and better positioning, while BTC cars are struggling to keep up on this track. Catgirl TM is driving a Nissan Primera P10, and they're currently in 9th place. Their fastest lap is just over a minute 5. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making much progress. Baobab Biolab is driving a Lotus Esprit GT1 from 1999. They're holding the 5th spot and have a fastest lap just shy of a minute. Looks like they're hanging in there but not quite challenging for the lead. Adanut 44 is climbing up to 12th place. Unstabil and Adanut 44 are nose to nose for that 12th spot. Shoebox TV is driving a 1993 Toyota Carina EGTI and is currently in 10th place. Their lap time is just over a minute, so they're holding steady but not making much noise. Lord Secretsby is driving a Lotus Esprit GT1 from 1999. They're holding 3rd place, staying pretty close behind the leaders. Looks like a solid run so far. The tight corners at Ibishu Higashi seem to favor the GTO cars, especially Trash Crashton leading comfortably. The BTC cars are struggling with the longer straights, evident from the slower lap times. Unstabil's Ford Sierra Sapphire is struggling with the pace, currently in 14th place. Looks like they're having a tough time keeping up with the BTC pack. Trash Crashton is cruising with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race in the bag unless something dramatic happens. Baobab Biolab is driving a Lotus Esprit GT1, just like some of the others. They're holding steady in the middle of the pack and seem to be consistent with their lap times. Anonymous 3 is driving a Merca XR4Ti, which is a classic but not exactly a speed demon. They're holding 7th place, so they're not making much noise but staying steady. Wow! Trash Crashton took the win? Looks like all those crashes finally paid off. Congratulations on the victory. Wow! Trash Crashton really showed everyone how it's done. Big congratulations to them for taking the win. Looks like they're the one to beat in this race. Great job! If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the circuit as in North Circuit, I would probably go with the 1965 Toyota 2000 GT. It's sleek, agile, and known for its sporty performance, which should give it an edge on those twisty technical sections. The classic charm is a bonus, but let's be honest, it's got the speed and handling to keep it competitive. The others are certainly interesting, but I think the Toyota just has that extra boost to take the lead and hold on to it. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your dream race car yet, now's the time to jump in and make your choice. Don't let that timer run out and miss out on all the fun. Hurry up and get those selections in. Oh, this is quite the classic showdown, isn't it? The 3-lanes Corvette is a beautiful beast, but it's an oldie that might struggle a bit with the modern circuit Assen North. Mutwolf's Alfa Romeo is even older, but that car's got style and likely a lot of lightweight agility. I'd say the 3-lanes Corvette might have the power, but the Alfa Romeo could surprise us with its nimbleness. My money's on the Alfa Romeo sneaking ahead, especially if the AI races favor finesse over raw horsepower. But hey, with these classics anything can happen. Ready to see some vintage speed? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Circuit Assen North with Ixnobot on pole in a classic 1959 Chevrolet Corvette. Parmsanole C1. Get ready for some vintage speed. Or, well, maybe just vintage style. Ixnobot has taken an early lead. H2 Hova is right behind in second, and Theon Koyosho is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Ashtatu Hovia and Ixnobot are nose-to-nose for the lead. Bees McGee just snuck into 6th place. Bethry Lane and Amy are swapping positions in a close fight for 7th. Down Toquest is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 12th place. Ashtuhova is holding strong at the front, now in first. Imus Gordon is also making moves, climbing 1 spot to 4th. Bethrelina is climbing fast into 7th place. Lisa Shibby is closing the gap on Marty Freeze, now just 1 second behind. Blaming Buddha is making a move up to 15th. Bethrelini just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Bees McGee and Bethrelin are nose-to-tail fighting for 6th. Willow Shrub also moved up one spot and is now in 8th. Bethry Lane is gaining on Naveling, closing the gap by a full second. Willow Shrub is hot on Bees McGee's heels, cutting the distance by 1.7 seconds. Willow Shrub and Bees McGee are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Bethry Lane is climbing nicely into 5th place. Willow Shrub is also making progress into 7th. Down Talkwist and Blaming Buddha are locked in a close fight for 12th. Lisa Shibby advances to 8th place. Lisa Shibby and Willow Shrub are nose to nose for 7th. Down to Quest climbs to 12th. Willow Shrub is gaining on Naveling, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Lisa Shibby and Willow Shrub are nose to nose for 7th place. Blaming Buddha and Down Talkwist are locked in a tight fight for 12th. Bethry Lane is really closing in on Imus Gordon, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lisa Shibby just jumped 2 spots to sit in 6th. Down Talkwist is climbing up 1 spot to 11th. Bethry Lane is really closing in on Imus Gordon, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. Mr. Roche is gaining on Dicey Chains, closing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Shron is on the move, climbing 1 spot to take the 19th position. Down to Quest is closing in on Marty Freeze, now just a few car lengths behind. Cap Holster has climbed to 13th place. Dicey Chains has moved into 14th position. Bethry Lane is gaining on Imus Gordon, closing the gap by over a second. Ebony Shadow is inching closer to Amy, reducing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Now Pink Wolf is climbing up the field, now in the top 20, moving up 1 spot. Bethry Lane is now in 4th place. Lisa Shibby is closing the gap on Imus Gordon by 1.2 seconds. Willow Shrub has moved up to 7th place. Bethry Lane is gaining on Theon Klojusho, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Memmer Pink Wolf has moved up 1 spot to 20. Moot Wolf and Emma Pink Wolf are nose to tail battling for the 20th position. Marty Freeze just sneaked into 8th place. Gnavling is not giving up easily, still fighting for that spot. Blaming Buddha and Bees McGee are locked in a close duel for 10th. Imus Gordon is gaining on Bethry Lane, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Down Talkwist and Blaming Buddha are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Mr. Roche and Dicey Chains are battling it out for 13th place. Bethry Lane is closing in on Theon Kloyusho, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Lisa Shibby is gaining on Imus Gordon, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Down Talkwist is climbing 2 spots to take the 10th place. Bethry Lane is nearly on the tail of Theon Klojusho, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Down to Quest is also gaining on Naveling, closing that same gap. Till 2. Blaming Buddha is climbing up 1 spot to take 11th place. Down Talquist is closing in on Naveling, cutting the gap to just 1 second. Mr. Roche and Daisy Chains are locked in a fierce fight for 13th place. Radicero Active Vixen is climbing up the field, moving into 18th. Willow Shrub is closing in on Lizashibi and has cut the gap by 1.6 seconds. Down Turquest has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Naveling and Down Turquest are now in a tight battle for 9th position. Wow, H2 Hover really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Well done. Wow, H2 Hova really pulled it off. Congratulations on that win. Looks like they've got some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's just I. Great job to H2 Hova for claiming the top spot. Oh, the Techno 68 is a real blast from the past. Fun fact is it was designed in Italy and was actually ahead of its time, with a sleek, aerodynamic shape that looked like it was racing into the future. Even though it was from the 1960s. It's like the fashionista of classic race cars, always trying to stay stylish on the track. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, I'd say this race is more of a game of chance than anything else. Neither has any stats or history to go on, so it's basically a coin flip. I'd probably lean slightly towards Dudes Mocha Blunt just because the name sounds like they might be a bit more relaxed and maybe less prone to nerves. But honestly, this one could go either way, so let's just sit back and enjoy the chaos. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at the JS Turbo short track, and leading the pack is H2 Hova in his classic 1966 Matra M S5. He's sitting pretty on pole, so let's see if he can hold on to that first place. Ashtuhove has shot to the front as the race begins, followed closely by Chaotic Weirdo in second place. Mingananai Styla 21 is holding on to third, but expect some shuffling soon. Minamai Styla 21 is climbing up to second place. Theskis is also gaining ground, now in fifth. Theskis and Cthulhu Hukachu are nose to nose for fourth. Bufininet team is climbing to 13th place. James Mayo is advancing to 21st place. Maya is now 7th place, climbing up one spot. Rosigotgaming and Rexenzera are nose-to-nose fighting for 9th. Cloud Surface 69 is making a move up to 21st. Rosego Daming is holding on to 9th place, but Rexenzera is closing in fast. Cloud Surface 69 and Vakran Tenchanta are nose-to-nose for the 20th spot. Cloud Surfer 69 just overtook Vagrant Enchanta for 21st place. They're still close, but Cloud Surfer is pushing hard. Lotsa Crespi is in the 17th place, driving a 1966 Matra MS5. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack with no immediate overtakes happening. Rosego Gaming is in 8th place, driving a 1966 Matra MS5. Their race seems steady, but not exactly setting the world on fire. The tight short track is causing close battles and frequent overtakes, keeping the race unpredictable and lively. Dude Smokey Blunt is driving a 1966 Matra MS5 Bosti Yevide. He's currently in 5th place, but has a pretty slow fastest lap compared to others, so his race might be a bit of a struggle. The Formula 3 1966 cars seem pretty evenly matched, but the Techno 68s are struggling to keep up with the mattress. The track might be favoring the classic design, giving the older cars a slight edge. Theskis is driving a 1966 Matra M5 and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:16.957, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a solid middle-of-the-pack performance so far. Wrath 92 is in 16th place, driving a 1966 Matra M S5. Their fastest lap is 1:17.441, which is decent but not enough to climb higher. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack for now. The Formula 3 1966 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the Techno 68s are hanging in there with slightly slower lap times. The track seems to favor the older Matra MS5s, especially with James Mayo leading the fastest laps. Overall, the car class and track combo are keeping the race tight and competitive. Teskis is in 6th place but has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for a late surge. Zopsfied is driving in 1966, Matra MS5, and is currently in 19th place. Their lap time is just shy of 16 seconds, so they're holding a decent pace but still fighting to move up. Amy's making a late push with the fastest lap, but she's still in 13th. She might be better off focusing on position rather than lap times now. Amy is in 13th place driving a 1968 Techno 68. Their fastest lap is a 1:15.026, which is the quickest of anyone on the track. Looks like they're making a strong push forward. Vagrant Enchanter is driving a 1966 Matra MS5. They're currently in the 8th place, just ahead of the last few racers. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Wow! H2 Hova really took the checkered flag. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congrats on the win! Wow! H2 Hove really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations to them. That was a fantastic race. And a big shout out to Amy for grabbing the fastest lap, which means they get to claim that classic 1968 Techno 68. Nice work! Maya, you led in overtakes today, so you get to claim the vintage 1966 Matra MS5. Got it. Great hustle on the track. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown's almost up, so make your choice before all the good rides are gone. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, so we have Taknesty in the Mercedes and Arayu Serial in the Williams. The Mercedes is usually a pretty solid choice with that extra bit of performance and handling. The Williams, while decent, might struggle to keep up with the top contenders. Given the car choices, I'd put my chips on Taknesty. The Mercedes W13 has a history of being quick and reliable, especially on a circuit like Assen. The Williams might put up a fight, but I think it's going to be a tough uphill battle for them to outpace the Mercedes today. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Circuit Essen and on pole. We have Bolesko Beim in a 2022 Red Bull Racing RB18. Let's see if they can hold that lead early on. Bolesko Beim is leading the race right now, followed closely by Forti Afro and Chelsea. Looks like the top three are already setting the pace. Cap Holster is making a move, climbing up to 15. Forti Afro is holding strong at the front, still in first. Tukins Flora is inching closer, now in third. Chelsea and Tukins Flora are nose-to-nose for third place. Ariu Serial and Dicky Tapsambong Eeks are also locked in a close fight for sixth. Two Peas and Da Podcast is climbing up to 8th, leaving some room to catch up. Ariu Serial is climbing to 6th place. Cap Holster is now in 13th. Cap Holster and Simplamarkers are nose to tail for 12th. Vanilla Tamta Bonk 6 and Arayu Serial are nose to tail for 6th place. Armor Pink Wolf just gained one spot to move into 13th. Armor Pink Wolf and Simplamarkers are locked in a close fight for 12th. Down to Quest and Senar Savage are nose to nose for the 19th spot. Maya just nudged up one place to 22nd. Basicness Ardu and Lin Lilac are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Amara Pink Wolf and Simplamarkers are locked in a tight fight for 12th place. Yuma's got the leads is climbing up to 15th. Down to Quest is making moves to 20th. Amber Pink Wolf and Simplamarkers are nose to tail for 12th place. Lin Lilac is climbing up one spot to 21st. Tukins Flora is driving a McLaren MCL 36 and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady, maybe waiting for a late push. Lotusos is driving a Red Bull Racing RB18. They're currently in 23rd place and haven't set a valid lap time yet, so it looks like a tough race for them so far. Taknasty is holding a slight edge over Arayu Serial, but not by much. Serial is right behind and could easily make a move if he finds the right opportunity. Yesterday running 33,796 is holding off Amy by a hair for 10th place. Nair Pink Wolf and Simplamarkers are still neck and neck for 12th. Lin Lilac and Senar Savage are battling it out for 20th. Yes, Basic Switch is racing a Red Bull Racing RB18. They're currently in the 17th place, trailing behind their teammate and some others. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Hey Darth Blazer, glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some high-speed car chaos. Sit tight and enjoy the race. Forti Afro is holding a solid lead and just set the fastest lap, so he's in a good spot to keep this up unless someone finds a miracle. Yesteronen 33,796 is inching closer to the top 10. Looks like the battle for 10th is heating up between Amy and Gesterone 133,796. Arayu Serial is driving a Williams FW 4044. They're holding on in 6th place, but their lap time suggests they're not pushing too hard yet. Looks like a steady race so far. Wow. 40 Afro really took the checkered flag. Looks like they're the one to beat. Congratulations on the win. Wow. What a fantastic victory for Ford Afro. They really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win, you totally deserved it. A fun fact about the Nashville Superspeedway is that it's actually one of the newest tracks on the NASCAR circuit, opening in 2021, after a long history of being a test track. It's built to look like a traditional oval but with a twist, because it combines the high-speed thrill of an oval with some added banking and turns that keep the drivers on their toes. Plus, it's located in the heart of country music country, so I guess you could say the Speedway knows how to do a good race and serenade combo. Alright everyone, get those pics in fast. Time's almost up to choose your favorite car before we hit the start line. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI driver will reign supreme. Hurry up and make your selections. Wow, these two are quite the pair. Nexa Romaval in the classic 1998 Chevrolet Camaro SS, so we're talking about some nostalgic muscle with a bit of vintage flair. On the other hand, Xenia Hima's in a 2012 Vauxhall Astra GTC VXR, which is a compact hatchback definitely built for agility and sharp turns. Given that Nashville's Superspeedway favors a mix of speed and handling, I'd say Nexa Romaval's Camaro has the raw power advantage, but Xenia Hima's Astra VXR might surprise us with some nimble moves. Still, I think the muscle of the Camaro might just edge out the smaller, more sporty hatchback for the win. It should be a fun race to watch either way, especially with those cars playing such different roles. Alright folks, Waffling Otters is kicking things off from pole position in a 28 Lotus Elise AEC. Get ready for some sleek, lightweight action. around the Nashville Superspeedway. This one's already looking interesting. GNN Prime is leading the race. Waffling Goddard is right behind in second, and Your Instinct is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Cover is making a move, climbing 3 places to 25th. T-Bomb is inching closer to the podium, now in third. Cloud Surfer 69 and Super Siggy are nose to nose for 7th. Looks like a real battle there. Orange Funk is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 12th title. Rundon 69 is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 14. Cloud Surfer 69 just nudged into 7th place, climbing 1 spot. Waffling Goddard's just snatched the lead from GN9. GNN Prime is hanging on close behind. Senyahima is climbing up to 7th place, making a move. Your Instinct is gaining on T-Bomb, closing the gap by 6.5 seconds. Kyosify is hot on Your Instinct's tail, chipping away by 8 seconds. Romaval is closing in on Kyosify fast, reducing the gap by 9 seconds. Looks like a race to catch up. Senyahima is on a roll, overtaking 3 cars to grab 4th place. Your Instinct and Senyahima are nose-to-tail fighting for that position. Cloud Surfer 69 just moved up 1 spot to 7th. Senyahima is really pushing T-Bomb, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Nick Romaval and Cloud Surfer 69 are locked in a fierce duel for 7th place. Harry Rovanen just gained a spot, now sitting in 14th. Kyosify just nudged into 5th place. Your Instinct and Kyosify are still neck and neck for that spot. Nexa Romaval is climbing up to 7th place. Deluxe Combo is almost on the Empress's tail now. Sofik and Wanabakido are nose-to-nose for 16th place. Aminsun just sneaked into 19th, climbing up 1 spot. Josh Biosh is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 16th. Senyahima just nudged up 1 to 3rd. Nexa Romaval is closing in on Your Instinct, shaving off 1.2 seconds. They're now battling for 6th place, nose to tail. T-Bomb just sneaked into 3rd place, leaving the others to chase. Nexa Romaval is inching closer to the top 6. Cloud Surfer 69 and Your Instinct are locked in a fierce duel for 7th. Looks like a game of who blinks first. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Kyosify just overtook a car to move into 4th. Cloud Surfer 69 is inching closer to the top 10, now in 7th. Amy is making a charge, climbing 3 spots to 23rd. Waffling Goddard is closing in on GN Prime, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Senyahima is climbing up to 4th place. Senyahima and T-Bomb are locked in a close fight for 3rd. Waffling Godders is closing in on GM Prime, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Rondon 69 and Deluxe Combo are locked in a tight duel for 8th place. Orange Funk is climbing up the ranks, moving up 1 spot to 10th. Forty Afro is on the move, climbing to 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Tango Ducky TTV is also making progress, moving up to 24th by passing 3 cars. Waffling Godders is closing in on GM Prime, chopping down the gap by over a second. Tokidoki Bray is on a roll, climbing to 13. Forty Afro is right behind, making moves to reach 15. Waffling Godders is closing in on GM Prime, cutting the gap by over a second. Congratulations to GMN Prime on the victory. Looks like they really drove their way to the top. Well-deserved win. Wow. GMN Prime really showed us how it's done. Great job taking the victory. They definitely earned that win with some impressive driving. Can't wait to see what they pull off next time. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Huachalalum-Corto circuit, I'd probably go with the 2019 Ferrari 488 GT4. It's got the speed and agility to handle those twists and turns, and it just looks like it was made for racing. The Aston Martin Vantage GT4 could give it a run for its money, but I think the Ferrari's combination of power and finesse makes it a top contender. Everyone else just seems fun, but maybe a little less suited for that track's layout. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked a car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking and soon we'll be diving into the race. Don't miss out on your chance to see which AI-powered beast takes the crown. Wow, this is quite the showdown. The 2015 Nissan 370Z NIS MOG T4 is a more recent model and likely has some technological advantages. But the 2006 Panache Espérance GT4 has that vintage charm and potential for surprises. Considering the car choices, I'd probably lean toward Bakamoning in the Nissan, because it's newer and probably a bit more agile. But hey, in racing, anything can happen. So who knows, maybe the old Panache has a few tricks up its sleeve. Fingers crossed for some thrilling turns. Alright folks, Maya's on pole with her 2018 Ford Mustang GT4 at the Wachilalan quarter track. Let's see if she can hold that lead, or if the others will catch up. The race is about to get interesting. Maya is leading the race right now, followed closely by Bakamanen in second place. Amy is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Scrooge Champ is climbing up to third place. The battle for second place between Scrooge Champ and Bakamanen is getting intense. Baobay Beolap is making a move up to sixth place. Nonstop Starks is trying to find a way past Let's Go, but no luck yet. Meanwhile, Amy and Scrooge Champ are still neck and neck for third place. The race is heating up in the middle pack. The track's tight corners and short straights are favoring the GT4 cars, keeping the top positions tightly packed. The TCs are struggling to keep up on the twisty sections. Nonstop Starks just nudged ahead of Let's Go for 13th place. They're practically glued together, so expect some fireworks soon. Magico Black is driving a 2013 Peugeot 208 R2, a car known for agility and quick handling. He's currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like he's just hanging in there. Hey Rafael, welcome back to the channel. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-octane AI car racing action. Make yourself comfy and enjoy the show. Maya is leading the race in the Ford Mustang GT4. She's been quick with a best lap of 42.021 seconds. Looks like she's holding a solid pace and maintaining the top spot. Let's Go is driving a 1999 Honda Civic Si, which is quite the classic choice. Their race seems to be a bit behind with the last fastest lap, so they might be struggling to keep up. James Misk is driving a 23 Peugeot 206 AC. Looks like he's struggling a bit, currently in the 13th place and a good chunk behind the leaders. James Miss is driving a 2003 Peugeot 206 RC. Looks like he's struggling a bit, currently in the 13th spot and a good few seconds behind the leader. Botgamoning is driving a Nissan 370Z Nisemo GT4, which is known for its balanced handling and strong acceleration. They're currently in second place, just behind me, and seem to be keeping a close eye on the leader. GT4 cars are clearly faster and more consistent, dominating the top spots. The TCE class is struggling to keep pace, with some notable gaps opening up. The track favors the GT4's power and handling, making it tough for the TCS to catch up. Maya is leading the race in her 2018 Ford Mustang GT4. She's been fastest on the track with a 41.971 lap. Looks like she's holding her position well and maintaining a solid pace. Amy, is currently in 4th place with the Panas Esperant GT4 from 2006. The car is a bit older, but still holding its own. She's staying close behind the leader but not quite challenging for the top spot yet. Mid-Syrups is racing a Volkswagen Scirocco R Cup from 2011. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the TCE pack, but they're a bit behind the leaders in lap times. Anonymous Ninety 3 is driving a Porsche 718 Cayman. They're holding on to 5th place, but their fastest lap is just shy of a second slower than the leaders. Looks like they're hanging in there but not quite challenging for the top. Wow, Maya. Looks like you just proved you're the fastest in Huachalolium Cordo? Nice job. Wow, Maya, you absolutely crushed it out there. Congratulations on taking the top spot. You must be feeling pretty proud of yourself. That was a fantastic race, and you totally earned that victory. Great job! Here's a fun fact about the 1972 Chrysler Valiant Charger. It was actually made in Australia, and became a bit of a muscle car icon down under. It looked like a sleek, fast coupe but was built to be tough and practical, which makes it a charming mix of style and substance. Plus, it's one of those cars that now has a bit of a cult following, partly because of how underrated it was back in the day. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Holden Monaro from 1968 versus the Chrysler Valiant Charger from 1972. Both iconic muscle cars, but given Cadwell Park's twists and turns, it's all about agility and handling. The Monaro is known for its raw power and smooth cruising, but the Charger has that sporty, nimble edge, which might give it a slight advantage on a tight circuit like this. I'd put my chips on Mutube's Charger sneaking ahead, but hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Let's see who impresses the most. Alright folks, Big Boy Bets is already leading the pack from pole position in that vintage 1972 Chrysler Valiant Charger. Looks like he's bringing some classic muscle to this modern race. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Bakoibets is leading the race, followed closely by Bakhorn in second place and Vargala Set in third. Looks like a tight start at the front. Vargala Set just overtook someone to take second place. Rafaela and Amy are nose-to-nose for fourth. Bjorn Art and Rosaurus are swapping positions in the sixth spot. Rosaurus is climbing up to fifth place. Yester 103,796 and Titus 61 are nose-to-nose for 8th. I and Mutube are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Cadwell Park's tight corners and elevation changes are definitely shaking up the order. The front runners are holding steady, but expect some surprises, as the track favors skill over raw speed. The SCC cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track's tight corners might favor the older muscle cars over the more modern ones. Amy is driving a 1971 Ford Falcon and is currently in fourth place. Looks like she's holding steady but hasn't made any big moves yet. The mix of classic muscle and muscle-light cars seems to be keeping the race tight. Cadwell Park's twists probably favor agility over raw power, which might explain the close positions. Mutube is driving a 1972 Chrysler Valiant Charger d'Orion. They're currently in sixth place, closing in on the top 5. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Rosaurus is driving a 1965 Ford Mustang and is currently in fifth place. Looks like they're holding steady, but no real threats or overtakes happening just yet. Yesterone 133,796 is on a tier, climbing 3 places to 4th. Rafael just nudged into 5th. Tati 61 is closing the gap on Amy, shrinking it by almost 2 seconds. The track's tight corners and short straights seem to favor the classic muscle cars and the smaller, nimble cars. The leaders are holding steady, but the midfield is packed with potential overtakes. Vargala Svet is driving a 1968 Holden Monaro, currently in second place. Looks like they're holding steady, maybe saving some for a late push. Yesta's driving a 1966 Shelby GT350, but their lap times are showing 99.999, which suggests they're either having technical issues or just messing around. Their race looks pretty uneventful so far. Titus 61 just overtook someone to move up to 7th place. Looks like the battle for 7th is heating up between Amy and Titus 61. Yesteroyan 133,796 is climbing up to 3rd place. Bakarn and Gesterone 33,796 are nose to tail, fighting for that 3rd spot. Rosaurus is driving a 1965 Ford Mustang and is currently in 6th place. Their lap time is quite slow compared to the leaders, so it looks like they might be struggling a bit with consistency or grip. The mix of classic muscle and muscle-like cars is keeping the race tight. The track's tight corners probably favor the older, more agile models like the Shelby and Monaro. Wow, big boy bets. You really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, big boy bets. Really pulled off an impressive win there. Congrats on taking the top spot, you've definitely earned it. Looks like all that practice paid off. For this track I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because Valencia Street Circuit is known for its tight turns and technical sections. A car that can navigate those corners effortlessly and maintain speed through the curves will have a huge advantage. While straight line speed is important, the real game here is about precision and control to keep your momentum through the twisty sections. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you were busy hitting the chat. Get those selections in before the countdown ends. Alright, so we've got Maya in a 26 Mosler, MT 900s and Trifa 93 in a 21B Engineering, Edinus. Both are interesting choices, but the Mosler is known for its balanced performance and agility, especially considering it's a bit newer. The Edinus, on the other hand, is quite a rare beast with some impressive power, but might struggle a tad on tight corners given its design focus. Given the Valencia Street Circuit's twists and turns, I'd lean toward Maya's Mosler having an edge in maneuverability. The Edinus' raw power could be an advantage on straightaways, but I think the technical sections will favor the Mosler. So I'd put my chips on Maya for this one, but hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Alright folks, the race is underway at Valencia Street Circuit, and U20 plays is starting strong on pole with a 26 Ultima GT R720. Let's see if that speedster can hold on to the lead. UNT Place has shot to the front, taking the lead right out of the gate. Amy is holding strong in second place, and Morningstar also is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Ren Kaori is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 11th place. Maya is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 7. The battle between Maya and Abloes for 6th place is heating up. Looks like a close fight. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Trifanunity 3 has moved up to 9th place, also gaining 1 spot. Hellskank is in 11th place, climbing 1 spot as well. Imus Gordon is climbing nicely into the top 10. Hellskank is also making moves, inching closer to Pen. Trifanunity 3 and Hellskank are nose to tail, fighting for that last spot in the top 10. Maya and Ruki Miriki are nose to tail for 5th place. Mafia Mavi is making a move up to 7th. Hellskank is climbing to 10th. Alan 656 and Morningstar Soul are nose to tail for 3rd place. Hellskank just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Hellskank is now in 6th place, closing the gap with Maya Gentle. They're neck and neck. Imus Gordon has moved into 9th place, inching closer to the top 10. Bobardo is driving a 21 TVR Tuscan S. They're currently in the middle of the pack in 16th place and seem to be holding steady without any major moves so far. Bordiafro just overtook someone to move into 13th place. Ren Kaori and Fortiafro are nose to nose for 13th. Lord Zekfridsby is climbing up to 15. Slipnslita Gaming is driving a 26 Mosler MT900s, Dowd. They're currently in the 13th place, so they're not exactly storming through the field, but still hanging in there. Alan 656 is climbing to 3rd place. Morningstar and Alan 656 are battling hard for that spot. Rukim Miriki is closing in on Morningstar, cutting the gap by almost 4 seconds. Ruki Miriki and Morningstar Sol are fighting for 4th place. Alan 656 is closing in on Amy and closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Hellskank is climbing up to 5th place. Trifanunity 3 is gaining on Imus Gordon, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Trifanunity 3 and Imus Gordon are in a tight fight for 9th place. Slipnslita Gaming just climbed 1 spot to 10. Ren Kaori and Ablasi are nose to nose for 12. Bobardo is chipping away at For the Afro, closing the gap by over 1 second. Morningstar Soul is climbing to 3rd place. Ren Kaori is moving up to 12th. Looks like some strategic moves happening. Alan 656 just gained 1 spot and is now in 3rd place. Alan 656 and Amy are nose to tail for 2nd place. Looks like a battle of the bots. Morningstars is climbing up to 3rd place. Slipsley Gaming just moved up to 9th. Imus Gordon and Slipsley Day Gaming are nose to nose for 9th. Hellskank and Alan 656 are nose to tail for 4th place. Lord Secrisby is climbing up to 15th. Looks like he's got some extra juice today. Hellskank and Alan 656 are nose to tail for 4th place. Lord Secretsby just gained 1 spot, now in 14th. Abla Aze and Lord Secretsby are locked in a close fight for the 14th position. Hellskank is climbing up to 4th place. Ruki Miriki is catching Alan 656, cutting the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Ren Kaori is closing in on Trifananti 3, shrinking the distance by over 2.5 seconds. Slipsley Gaming is now just a second behind Mafia Mavi. Ren Kaori is catching up to Trifananti 3, closing the distance by over a second. Alan 656 and Hellskank are neck and neck for 4th place. Down to Quest is making a move, climbing up to 16. Slipsnida Gaming is closing in on Mafia Mavi and has cut the gap by 1.6 seconds. Ren Kaori has moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Trifananity 3 and Ren Kaori are battling closely for 11th place. Wow, U20 Plays just won the race. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, U20 Plays took the victory. Congratulations on that smooth win. You really showed those AI drivers who's boss. And as for the rest of you, if you're feeling lucky, you can claim a car now. Maya managed to win the bet race, so I get to claim a 2006 Mazda MT900s. It's a beauty, so I'll be looking forward to showing it off later. Who's ready to try their luck and claim a car of their own? Alright folks, the clock is ticking down to the car selection cutoff. If you haven't picked your shiny new race machine yet, now's the time to make it happen, or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the track. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and handling. The figure 8 layout demands quick direction changes and precise steering. A car with excellent maneuverability and decent acceleration would be ideal, because you'd be darting through tight turns and crossing the middle point multiple times. Speed is nice, but being able to control the car around those tricky intersections and avoid crashes is what really counts here. Alright, this is quite the interesting matchup. The 1970 Abarth 1000 TCR is known for its agility and quick handling, especially on tight tracks like the Figure 8. On the other hand, the 1962 Morgan Plus 4 Supersports is more about classic style and a smooth ride, but not necessarily about racing prowess. Given the cars and their characteristics, I'd say Gesterone 133,796 in the Abarth might have the upper hand here. It's built for speed and quick maneuvering, perfect for those sharp corners and crossing points in a Figure 8 race. Abarth's Morgan is more of a cruising classic, impressive and stylish, but probably not as agile in this race setting. So, my money's on Gesterone 133,796 to take the win. Let's see if the car's personality matches the driver's skill to really make it interesting. Alright everyone, we're kicking things off at the Figure 8 with the classic 1968 Honda's 800 RC leading the pack from pole position. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead or if the new arrivals will catch up. Hingyo has taken the lead right out of the gate. T-Bone is holding strong in second place, while Bedazzler is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight race already. Abarth is climbing up to 8th place. Gesterone 133,796 and Tangaducky TTV are nose to nose for 9th. Maya is making a move up to 12th. T-Bone is making a move up to take the lead. Ingyo and T-Bone are nose to nose for 1st place. Popcorn Slayer is climbing up to 5th position. Ingyo is now in 1st place. Maya has climbed to 10th. Wrath 92 has moved up to 15. Wraith 92 and Cap Holster are nose to nose for 14. Tangaducky TTV is holding off Maya by a hair for 10th place. Nidzero Obstarks and Yesnane 196 are still neck and neck for 17th. Zachariah TV and Tyler are battling for 19th. Looks like a close one. Gesterone 33,796 is gaining on Tangaducky TTV, closing the gap by a second. Cap Holster has climbed 1 spot to 13. Wraith 92 also moved up 1 spot to 14 tier. Forty Afro and Bedazzler are nose to nose for 3rd place. Blackbeard and Wrath 92 are locked in a close fight for 14th. Zachariah TV is climbing up 1 spot to 20th. Popcorn Slayer just overtook someone to move into 4th place. 40 Afro and Popcorn Slayer are still neck and neck for that spot. Blackbeard is climbing up to 14th. Popcorn Slayer is holding on to 3rd place, but Bedazzler is right on his tail. Mobius and Biowart are still neck and neck for 8. Cap Holster and Gesterone 33,796 are battling for 12th. No room for mistakes. Ingyo is really having a rough time dropping to 20th place. T-Bomb is now in 1st, leading the pack. Popcorn Slayer is climbing up to 2nd, making a nice move. Zikopal just snuck into 4th place, inching past someone. Bortiafro and Zikopal are nose to nose for that spot. Tangaducky TTV and I are locked in a close fight for 9th. Imobius is on the move, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Yasninhan 96 is also making progress, moving up 3 spots to 12. Budadsurur is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Maya is now in 8th place, closing the gap. Tangoducky DTV and Maya are still neck and neck for 9th. Yasnin 196 and Cap Holster are fighting hard for 11th. Zikopal is really closing in on Badazur, cutting the gap by over a second. Yasnin 96 and Cap Holster are still neck and neck for 11th place. Zachary TV just gained 1 spot, now sitting in 17th. Bjart is climbing up to 7th place. Tyler is making a move to 15th. Wrestling 567 is advancing to 18th. Nox Exodus and Maya are nose to tail for 8th place. Tangaducky DTV and Maya are swapping positions like it's a dance for 9th. Yasmin 196 and Cap Holster are locked in a close fight for 11th. Maya is climbing up to 8th place. Cap Holster has moved up to 10th. Tangaducky DTV and Cap Holster are nose to nose for 10th. Nox Exodus and Maya are neck and neck for 8th place. Tangaducky TTV just climbed to 10th, leaving someone behind. Wow, T-Bomb just took the win. Looks like they were on a whole different level today. Nice job. Wow, T-Bomb really pulled it off. Congratulations on the win. You must have some serious driving skills in the AI world. Nice job leading the pack and finishing strong. Sure thing. Did you know that in the 1950s, sports car racing was basically the Wild West of motorsport? The cars were so new and experimental that sometimes it was more about who could build the most daring design rather than who had the best engineering. It's like the early days of a sci-fi movie, with a lot of smoky engines and loud engines that probably scared the horses back then. Oh wow, this is like a clash of the vintage titans. Keista Flex with the classic Jaguar C-Type versus me with the elegant Ferrari 250 Testa Rossa. Both are beautiful, but the Ferrari is known for its speed and agility, especially in a race setting. The Jaguar is a fantastic choice, but it's more about style and endurance than outright speed. Based on the cars and the track, I'd give a slight edge to myself with the Ferrari. But hey, if Keista Flex manages to channel some vintage racing magic, it could be a close one. Either way, it will be a fun race to watch. Who do you think will take the victory? Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at the Deutschlandring with the sports cars from 1950 class. It's their pair starting right at the front in a classic 1955 Maserati 300S Litz. See if that vintage beauty can hold its lead, or if the modern rivals will overtake. It's their pair has taken the lead right out of the gate. Aminsan is holding strong in second place, and Tales of Strili is right behind in third. Looks like a tight start. Gary 710 is making a move, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Tukins Flora is also climbing now in 15th, after her own 3-car surge. Aminsan is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to take the lead. It's their pair and Aminsan on nose to tail for the lead. Ice is climbing fast up 2 spots to 7th. Catgirl TM and Ice are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Ice is closing in on RAF 92, trimming the gap by 1.1 seconds. Gary 710 has climbed 1 spot to take the 11th place. Sotsfied and Gary 17 are locked in a close fight for 11th. Keista Flex and Zotsfied are nose to tail for 12th place. Tukins Flora and I are locked in a close fight for 15th. Our Windstorm just gained 1 spot and is now in 18th. Tukins Flora is on a roll, climbing through the field and now leading the race. Aminsan is not giving up, staying close behind in 2nd place. The fight for first is heating up between those two. Iconic Audenai are locked in a close duel for 16th place. Our Windstorm is charging through the field now in 15th place. Wenis Tapsumbungs is right behind in 16th, both making impressive moves. Kaboomper is not far behind in 17th, also climbing fast. Looks like the midfield is turning into a race of its own. Gary 710 is on a roll, climbing from way back to take the lead. Aminsan and Tukins Flora are nose to nose for 2nd place, no room for error. Ice and Hellskank are neck and neck for 7th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Aminsan just overtook someone to grab 2nd place. Aminsan and Tukins Flora are nose to nose for the lead. Its Therapper is climbing up to 3rd, inching closer to the top. Amin and Toucan's Flora are neck and neck at the front. Tales of Australia is chipping away at its Therapar's lead, now just 1.9 seconds behind. Amundsen and Toucan's Flora are nose-to-nose for the lead. King Rut just sneaked into the top 10, climbing one spot. Amundsen just snatched the lead, claiming the top spot. Tales of Australia is chipping away at its Therapar's cushion, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Gary 710 is also closing in on iconic odd, matching that 1.3 second gap. Dutch 2. Looks like a battle brewing for the front. Its Therapar is now in second place. Tales of Australia has moved into third. Amy has climbed into fourth. Everyone's making moves today. Ice is gaining on Amy pretty quickly now. Looks like the chase is heating up. With 3 out 25 just snuck into the top 20, inching closer to the middle of the pack. Gary 710 is closing in on 2,000 kinds of Flora, cutting the gap by 17 seconds. Amy is gaining on Tales of Australia, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Yama Priest is climbing up one spot to 15th place. Whip 3 out 25 is driving a Ferrari 250 Testarossa from 1957, a classic beauty known for its sleek design and racing pedigree. Their race looks pretty tough at the moment, stuck in 18th place and not making much progress. Ice is climbing up to 4th place. Tales of Australia and Ice are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Sputnik NZ is chipping away at RAF 92, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Ice is driving a Maserati 300 Ace from 1955. Their race looks steady so far, sitting in 6th place and staying close to the top contenders. Its Therapar is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ice has moved up one spot to take 4th place. Ice and Tales of Australia are nose-to-nose fighting for 3rd. Amy just overtook someone to take the 4th place. Ice and Amy are still neck and neck for the 4th spot. Catgirl TM is climbing up to 8th place. Sputnik NZ is closing in on King Rut, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Case Teflex has climbed one spot to 10th place. Gary 710 is also up one spot, now in 20th. Sputnik NZ is gaining on King Rut, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Gary 710 is hot on iconic Odd's heels, closing in by a little over a second. Wow, Amundsen just won the race. Looks like they're really good at this. Maybe they should consider a career in racing. Wow, Amin-san really pulled it off. Great job! Looks like all that practice paid off. Now they can proudly brag about being the fastest in this virtual race. Who will step up next? If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2017 Norma M30 probably has the edge. It's lightweight, agile, and designed for racing finesse. The other contenders are solid, but more specialized or older. The Nissan and Ligia J7 are decent, but the Norma's reputation for responsiveness and speed on twisty circuits makes it my pick to take the win on that reverse layout. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Bannockbrae Reverse, and at the front we've got exclusive Gox in the pole position driving a 2015 Onrope Ligier Jace P3. Looks like he's got a good start. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Ilsibodox has taken the lead right out of the gate. I am holding second place, trying to keep up. Drew Orfels is currently in third, but I wouldn't count anyone out just yet. Drew Orfels is now in second place, closing the gap. Maya and Drew Orfels are nose to nose for that second spot. Shrine and Shoto Todoroka 39 are battling hard for 7th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Singoshi is climbing up to 11th place. Yesterroom 133,796 is now in 20th place. Cobber is in 22nd place. Looks like everyone's making moves. Botka Muneng is driving a Zytec Z11 SN from 2011. They're currently in 10th place, making steady progress from a starting position of 9th. Looks like a quiet race for now. Yesterone 133,796 is in the 21st position, driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. Their race looks like a long haul with no overtakes yet. Abomzi is racing a 2016 ID03 Nissan. They're currently in 14th place and seem to be holding steady without any major moves or overtakes so far. Shoto Todoroki 39 and a grades 34 are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Ika 77 and Bot Gamanin are swapping positions for 9th. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. The reverse layout is shaking up the order with tight gaps and overtaking opportunities. It's all about precision and patience here. Maya just overtook True or False and is now in 2nd place. Shoto Todoroki 39 is climbing up to 6th place, closing the gap. The battle for 2nd is heating up. True or False is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Shoto Todoroki 39 has climbed to 5th, not bad. Except Sean is making moves to 15th. Still a ways to go. Ikara 77 and Agreeds 34 are neck and neck for 7th place. Silhouette just gained a spot to take 20th. Ebony Shadow and Silhouette are battling hard for 20th. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Ihavik Sema are neck and neck for 4th place. Ikara 77 and Agreeds 34 are locked in a close fight for 7th. Ebony Shadow is climbing up to 20th position. Shoto Todoroki 39 is climbing up to 4th place. Ikar 77 has moved up to 7th. I-77 and Mirgutsu are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th. Mudwolf is holding off IZ 2002 by a car length for 17th place. Nimmerpinkwolf and Airafael are nose-to-tail for 26th. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Maya are nose-to-tail for 3rd place. Ikar 77 and Murgutsu are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Narpinkwolf is gaining ground, climbing 1 spot to 26. Ihava Exema is now in 4th place. Ikar 77 has climbed to 5th. Shran is closing in on Agreeds 34, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. I-77 is chipping away at Ihave-Exema's lead, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Mirgutsu is climbing up to 6th place. Agreeds 34 and Shoto Todoroki 39 are nose-to-nose for 7th. Agrids 34 is climbing up to 7th place. Yester 133,796 is making a move to 18th. Cobber and Silhouette are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Ikar 77 and Ihave-Exema are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Yester 133,796 is climbing up 1 spot to take 17th. Aussie to View, Tension 2, and Gesterone 33. 1796 are nose to nose for 17. The tight corners and reverse layout are favoring the nimble ligiers and the aggressive overtakes. The slower Transam cars are struggling to keep up on the straights. Congratulations on winning the race. Clearly, speed is your middle name. Wow! Exclusive Agox really did it. Congratulations on taking the top spot. You must have some serious skills or maybe just got lucky with the AI drivers. Either way, great job! Sure thing. Did you know that the Bremgarten track was famous for its natural terrain and tree-lined layout? It made racing there feel like you were zooming through a forest rather than a traditional raceway. Plus, it was known for its unpredictable weather, which often turned the race into a real challenge for drivers. It's like nature decided to throw in a surprise every single time. Alright everyone, hurry up and make your picks before time runs out. We don't want the race to start with everyone still trying to decide if they want the speedy red car or the sleek blue one. Get those choices in quick! Alright, this is quite the matchup. Okinabaka in a 2015 Toyota Corolla versus Maya in a 2013 Peugeot 208R2. Both cars are compact, but the Corolla is known for reliability and a bit of comfort, while the Peugeot has a reputation for agility and a sporty edge. Considering Bremgarten's twisty and challenging layout, I might lean towards the Peugeot for its agility, but the Corolla's steady nature shouldn't be underestimated. It's a close call, but I think the Peugeot might just take the victory if it handles the turns smoothly. Let's see how these AI drivers handle the chaos. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Bremgarten, and in pole position we have the relaxed view class with the 2015 Renault Clio 4RS Cup 2R. Looks like it's ready to take an early lead. Let's see if it can hold off the competition. Relaxed View has taken an early lead, with Iron Cross or Wooden Cross right behind in second place. Brooksworth is holding steady in third. Looks like a close battle already shaping up. Silhouette and U20 plays on nose to tail for fourth place. Guillaume Clergeau just gained one spot to seventh. He's now in a fierce fight with Marco Blage for sixth. Marco Blage and Silhouette are nose to tail for fifth place. Jackson de Box is climbing up to ninth, just ahead of Botkamoning. Jackson de Box and Botkamoning are locked in a close fight for ninth. Marco Blage and Silhouette are nose to tail for fifth place. Your Instinct has gained a spot, and is now 16. Your Instinct and Okinabaka are locked in a close fight for 15. Maya is currently in the 18th place driving a 2013 Peugeot 208 R2. Looks like she's trying to make some moves but hasn't quite found the speed yet. Race seems pretty tight behind her. Clergeau is climbing to fifth place now. Silhouette is right behind him, both battling hard. Rundin 69 just overtook someone, and is now in 8th place. PCRR is driving a 2016 Mazda MX-5 Cup Tut. They're currently in the 11th place, so they're holding steady but not exactly making waves. Clergeau and Silhouette are nose to tail for 5th place. Frankie and Botkamoning are swapping positions for 10th. Rundin 69 is driving a Renault Clio 4RS Cup, starting in 7th place. Looks like they're holding steady but haven't made a move yet. Rundin 69 just overtook the Clergeau and is now in 6th place. They're still nose to nose in that battle for 6th. This race is heating up at the middle of the pack. The Clergeau is climbing nicely into 5th place. Amy is making a small move into 11th. Your Instinct is also inching forward into 14th. No major overtakes yet, but the race is heating up. Rundin 69 just snuck into 6th place, leaving Silhouette behind in a tight duel. Okinabaka is chipping away at Sir Prothry's lead, closing the gap by a second. The Clergeau is closing in on U20 plays, cutting the gap by a full second. Jackson de Box and Marco Blage are locked in a fierce duel for 8th place. Okinabaka is climbing up the field, moving one spot closer to the top 15. Botkamoning is closing the gap on Jackson de Box, just 1.6 seconds behind now. Aisley has climbed one spot to take 17th. Sir Prothry is driving a 1999 Honda Civic Si. They're currently in the 16th place, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Iron Crossorden Cross is holding onto the lead with relaxed view right behind. Gaim Show and U20 Plays are still neck and neck for 4th place. Your Instinct and Pace CRR are battling hard for the 13th spot. Gaim Show and U20 Plays are nose to tail for 4th place. Rondon 69 and Thang Kojoa Show are locked in a close fight for 5th. Amy and Botgamoning are battling it out for 10th. Congratulations to Relaxed View on winning the race. Looks like all that relaxation paid off in the end. Well done. Wow! Relaxed View really showed us how it's done. Big congratulations to them for taking the top spot. They must be feeling pretty proud right now. Great racing! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering capabilities. Bridgehampton is known for its mix of fast turns and technical sections, so a car that can stick to the road and navigate tight bends smoothly would have the upper hand. Speed in a straight line is important too, but agility and responsiveness are key for maintaining control through those winding parts. Ultimately, a balanced car that combines good grip with decent acceleration would be my top choice for this race. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, so make your picks fast before the AI cars get all the glory without us. Don't miss your chance to choose which vehicle will dominate this race. Time's almost up, so get those selections in. Wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side we have Unistix with a 2002 Cadillac Cian, a car that's more about looks and bravado than raw speed. On the other side, DJ and Wolf with a 2005 Pagani Zonda F, which is practically a supercar in every sense of the word. Given the power, aerodynamics and racing pedigree of the Zonda, I'd say DJ Lone Wolf has the edge here. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Maybe the Cadillac will surprise us just to keep things interesting. Alright everyone. The race is kicking off at Bridgehampton, and leading the pack is Exclusive Box in a 27 Lamborghini Reventive. He's got the pole position, so let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Buckle up. Exclusivagox has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Tidy 61 is right behind in second, trying to catch up. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is in third, not far off but already a bit behind the top two. Official Classy Live and Riswachingyo are still neck and neck for 7th place. Maya just overtook someone to move into 9th. Uncle Tobin is also climbing, now in 11th. Ixajax is climbing to 4th place. Riswachingyo is now in 6th. Kishk has moved up to 14th. Maya is closing in on official Classy Live. Looks like a tight squeeze for 8th place. Kishk and Scrooge Champ are nose to nose for 13th. Max Spirally is climbing up to 17th, making moves. Belfanita Beast and Riswachingyo are nose to tail for 6th place. Kikrish is sneaking up to 13th. Looks like a quiet climb. Official Class Alive just moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Chubby Boy RJ and I are still neck and neck for 9th. Kishk and Wei Fuan are locked in a close fight for 12th. Max Spirally is climbing up to 15th place. Senator Savage is also making moves, now 24th. Abomzi is on the move, climbing 4 places to take the 19th spot. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross and Titus 61 are locked in a fierce battle for 2nd place. Official Class Alive just gained 1 spot, now sitting in 6th. Official Class Alive is closing in on Nox Exodus, cutting the gap by 1/32. Maya has moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Abomzi is climbing 2 spots to 17th. Abomzi and Anaxagorax are locked in a tight fight for 16th. Chubby Boy RJ and Belthanethi Beast are nose to nose for 9th place. Dehiper 7 and Schmerzen Live are locked in a close fight for 19th. Just Tanet Fizz climbing up 1 spot to 22nd. Official Class Alive just overtook Nox Exodus and is now in 5th place. Nox Exodus is hanging on close behind. Chubby Boy RJ and Belthanethist are still neck and neck for 9th. Ted 61 is right behind Exclusive Godox, now closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. They are in a fierce fight for the top spot. Official Class Alive just gained a position and is now in 4th. The battle for 3rd between Official Class Alive and Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is heating up. Abomzi is on a roll, climbing to 13th place. NR Savage is making a move to 18th place. Ihava Ixema is sneaking up to 23rd place. Looks like the race is heating up. Official Classy Live is climbing to 2nd place. Abomzi is now in 12th. NNS Savage has moved up to 17th. NR Savage and Anaxagorax are nose to tail for 16th place. Ihavek Sema just gained 2 spots and is now in 21st. Official Class Alive is now in first place. NR Savage has moved up to 16. Ibra 7 and Schmerzen Live are battling for the 19th spot. Well, look at that! Official Class Alive just took the checkered flag. Guess they were in a league of their own today. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Congratulations to Official Class Alive. They really took the lead and showed us how it's done. That was an impressive performance. No doubt about it. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Great job! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility since Fuji Vintage Can-Am has those twisty sections that demand precise steering and quick cornering. Power is still important because you'll want those straightaways to make up time. But without good control, you'll be spinning out like a clumsy deer. Braking performance also plays a key role, because those sharp turns require you to slow down just enough without losing momentum. Overall, I'd say a balanced setup favoring cornering ability will give a solid edge on this challenging course. Alright folks, time's running out. Make your final picks, or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the track. Interesting matchup here. Sufik with the classic Fiat Dino 2400. That car's got some vintage charm and a decent engine, but is not exactly known for its speed or agility. Meanwhile, Amy is behind a 1971 Myers Manx, which is more of a dune buggy meant for breaking loose and carving through sandy dunes, rather than racing on a vintage circuit. Given the Fuji Vintage Can-Am circuit, I'd bet Zoofik's Fiat might have a slight edge on the pavement, thanks to more traditional racing DNA. The Myers-Manx might struggle to keep up through tight corners and high-speed sections, but don't count it out for a surprise if it finds some off-road shortcuts or gets a lucky break. My money's on Zoofik to take it, but honestly, with these two, it could be a surprisingly close race. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Fuji Vintage Can-Am with the 1970s slow car class. Josh Bush is grabbing pole position in a 1971 Ford Escort, Mark 1 ASA 1600. Let's see if that vintage charm can keep him ahead. J.D. Anburn has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Mareko Bleich is right behind in second, and Josh Bush is in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Ken Fatig is on the charge, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bozzo is also making moves, passing 4 cars to reach 7th. Matthew Saurus Rex is gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 10th. Bozzo is climbing up to 6th place. Matthew Saurus Rex is gaining on Zoofik, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Bean Streams is advancing to 12th place. Bozzo is climbing up to 5th place now. Fatig and Fuzo are nose to nose for that position. Wenchiakot Wani is making a move to 7th. Liam is slicing through the field, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Fatig is climbing steadily, now in 5th after gaining 1 position. Bozzo and Fatig are nose to tail for 5th place. Looks like a battle is brewing. Fatig is now in 4th place. Bozzo has climbed to 5th. Matthew Saurus Rex has gained 2 spots, and is now in 8th. Fatig is gaining on Mr. Wolf J, closing the gap by over a second. They're battling hard for 3rd place. The Goldnerd has climbed 2 spots and is now in 9th. Fatig is climbing to 3rd place. Bozzo is closing in on Mr. Wolf J, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Bozzo and Mr. Wolf J are battling hard for 4th place. Bozzo is sneaking into the top 4 now. Matthew Saurus Rex is climbing up to 7th. Liam is making a move to 12th. Mr. Wolf J is driving a 1974 Fiat 131 Abarth, known for its lively handling and small turbo-charged engine. Looks like he's holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Matthew Saurus Rex just overtook someone to climb to 6th place. Winchcheck at 21. And Matthew Saurus Rex are nose to tail for 6th. The Goldnerd and Emma Pinkwolf are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Matthew Saurus Rex is climbing to 5th place. Winchcheck 21 and Mr. Wolf J are nose to nose for 6th. The Goldnerd is making a move to 8th. Flinchicott 21 is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 4th place. Mr. Wolf J and Fuso are locked in a close fight for 5th. Agrids 34 is inching up 1 spot to 17th. Flutzo is climbing to 4th place. Matthewsaurus Rex is making a move up to 5th. Mr. Wolf J and Flinchicott 21 are locked in a close fight for 6th. Mr. Wolf J and Flinchicott 21 are nose to tail for 6th place. Sofik just gained 1 spot to 10th. Liam and Zufik are fighting hard for 10th position. Flutzo just sneaked into 3rd place. Matthewsaurus Rex is chipping away at Henfatic's lead, closing in by over a second. Agrids 34 is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to sit in 16th. Mr. Wolf J is driving a 1974 Fiat 131 Abarth. Looks like their race is not going well with the slowest lap of nearly 2 minutes and a half. They're currently in 8th place, struggling to keep up. Mr. Wolf J just gained a spot to sit in 6th place. Maya is closing in on Betsma, shrinking the gap by 1.7 seconds. Congratulations, JD Unburn. Looks like you took the checkered flag with style. Who knew vintage Can-Am could be so thrilling? Wow, JD Anburn really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations. They must have a secret sauce, or maybe just an uncanny ability to dodge all those digital crashes. Either way, well deserved. For this track, I would focus mostly on acceleration and handling. Since it's an oval, quick starts off the line and smooth, tight turns are key. You want a car that can hit high speeds fast and then stick to the track without sliding around too much. Top speed isn't as crucial as being able to maintain control and get through those corners efficiently. Essentially, it's all about finesse and quick reflexes to stay ahead. Well, with Amy's experience, having raced over 2,000 times and winning a decent number of those races, she definitely has some skills under her belt. Mudfolk's driver is a mystery so far, so I'm leaning towards Amy just because of the proven track record. But hey, in the world of AI racing, sometimes the underdog surprises us all. So, I'd say Amy is the favorite, but I wouldn't count out the mystery driver just yet. Let's see who makes the first move. Alright folks, Senor Flip-Flopone 100 2020 is leading the pack from the pole in a 2011 Chevrolet Silverado. Let's see if he can keep that top spot or if the others will give him a run for his money. Senor Flip-Flopone 100 2020 has taken an early lead, followed closely by Muttwolf in second place. Amy is holding on to third for now, but the pack is already closing in. Muttwolf is holding on to the lead with Senor Flip-Flopone 102,000. 20 right behind. Majakobleich and Amy are swapping positions in a close fight for third. Jabo Ogi and Majakobleich are also neck and neck for fourth. School bus MV is making a bold move, climbing 3 spots to 7th. Muttwolf and Senor Flip-Flopone 100 2020 are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Majakobleich just gained 1 position, now sitting in third. Majakobleich and Muttwolf are nose to tail for second place. Jabo Ogi and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for fourth. Joey Pastrami is climbing 2 spots to 8. Joey Pastrami and School Bus Restefi are battling hard for 7th. Muttwolf and Senor Flip-Flopone 100 2020 are nose to nose at the front. Jabo Ogi just sneaked into 4th place. Ablaza is climbing to 9th. Abla and Joey Pastrami are locked in a close fight for 8th. Maya is closing in on the pack. Amy and Jabo Ogi are still nose to nose for 4th place. Joey Pastrami and Schoolbus Restestivi are battling hard for 7th. Diane Playosho is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 11th. Muttwolf and Majakobleich are still nose to tail battling for 2nd place. Bacorn is closing in on them, now in 5th. Muttwolf and Majakobleich are nose to nose for 2nd place. Plebis 3 just gained a spot and is now 9th. Ablazi and Plebis 3 are battling hard for 9th place. Schoolbus Restifda is now in 6th place, closing the gap to Donsha. Amy and Schoolbus Restifda are still neck and neck for 6th. Plebis 3 and Joey Pastrami are fighting hard for 8th. Muttwolf is climbing to 2nd place. Schoolbus Rostefi and Bacorn are nose to nose for 5th. Plebis 3 is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 7th. Majakobleich has just overtaken someone to move into 2nd place. Jabo Ogi is right behind, also climbing up 1 spot. Looks like they're neck and neck for 2nd place, so this battle is about to heat up. Jabo Ogi just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Bacorn is also climbing up to 5th. Looks like Schoolbus Rustefti and Bacorn are neck and neck for that 5th spot. Muttwolf is climbing nicely into 3rd place. Ablaz is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 9th. Amy and Ablaze are locked in a close fight for 9th place. Mareko Bleich just overtook someone to take third place. Mutwolf and Mareko Bleich are nose to nose for third. Plebis 3 is climbing up to sixth. Mutwolf is just ahead of Mareko Bleich by a hair. Plebis 3 and Bacon are nose to nose for 5th place. The Enclasia Show and Ablaze are neck and neck for 10th. Mutwolf is holding on to 3rd place, but Mareko Bleich is applying pressure. Plebis 3 and Bacon are neck and neck for 5th. Adanat 44 and Film Kojoe Show are still fighting for 11th, not giving an inch. Plebis 3 just gained 1 position and is now in 5th place. Thion Clasia Show and Ablaze are nose to nose for 10th. Maya is climbing up to 15th. Ablaze and Amy are nose to tail for 9th place. Adanat 44 and Thion Kojo Show are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is climbing up 1 spot to 16th. Plebis 3 and Mutt Wolf are nose to tail for 4th place. Ablaze is sneaking up 1 spot to 9. Amy and Ablaze are locked in a close fight for 9th. Wow! Senor Flip-Flop 200 in 2020 really pulled off an amazing victory? Congratulations! That was some impressive driving from the AI. I guess even machines have their favorite drivers now. Let's see if they can keep up the winning streak in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that Lime Rock Park is one of the shortest circuits on the racing calendar? It's only about a mile long. That means these cars are zipping around at crazy speeds all while hugging tight corners that make you feel like you're on a roller coaster. It's a tiny track but definitely big on excitement. Alright everyone, time's running out, so make sure to pick your favorite car before the countdown ends. Don't miss out on the chance to see your pick dominate the race. Ooh, this is an interesting matchup. The Nissan 370Z NIS MOGT4 is a solid choice with its modern design and performance enhancements. But the Panache Esperante GT4, even though it's a bit older, has a unique charm and might surprise us with its handling. It really depends on how well each AI driver manages the curves and acceleration. If I had to make a guess, I'd say the Nissan might have a slight edge because of its recent updates and better aerodynamics. But don't count out the Panache, especially on a track like Lime Rock where agility is key. It's going to be a close race, and I'm definitely excited to see which one comes out on top. Alright everyone, Dank Nuggins is starting on pole in the GT4 class, piloting a 2015 Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead as the race kicks off at Lime Rock Park. Dank Nuggins has taken an early lead, with Maya right behind in second place. Zugsterkat is currently holding on to third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Zugsterkat and Maya are nose to tail for second place. Ixijax has gained one spot and is now in 11th. Autoliatorius and Ixijax are battling for 11th, both trying to break away. Autoliatorius just nudged ahead of Ixijax for 11th place. They're locked in a close fight. No room for mistakes. Maya is currently in second place with the Hyundai Genesis Coupe GT4. Looks like a solid start, but no overtakes yet. The race seems tight at the front. Brandigan is driving a 27 Seat Leon TDI. Looks like they're holding steady in 14th place, probably just trying to stay out of trouble. Maya is currently in second place with a Hyundai Genesis Coupe GT4. Looks like she's holding steady, no major moves yet. The car seems to be performing reliably so far. Brandigan is in a 27 Seat Leon TDI. Looks like they're holding steady in 14th, but no sign of overtaking anyone yet. Popcorn Slayer is driving a Volvo C30 from 28. Their race seems pretty quiet so far, stuck in 13th place with no lap times recorded. Iron Crusoe Wooden Cross is now in third place. Amy has gained 2 spots and is close behind in fourth. Zugsterkat and Amy are neck and neck for the 4th position. Maya is currently in second place with a Hyundai Genesis Coupe GT4. She's just behind Dank Nuggins and has a decent pace, but she might need to pick up the speed to challenge for the lead. Amy's pushing hard with the fastest lap, but he's 6 places behind the leader. He's making a move, but can he catch up? Maya is holding steady in 8th place. Amy just overtook someone to take 3rd. The Dreamkeeper is closing in on Flower. Autoliatorius and Tobin are neck and neck for 11th. Dank Nuggins is leading in the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, and they're setting the pace with the fastest lap of the race. Looks like they're comfortably in front and pushing hard. The tight corners and short straights at Lime Rock are favoring the quick and precise drivers. The GT4s are holding strong up front, but the WTCC cars are struggling to keep pace on the twisty sections. Iron Crusoe Wooden Cross is now in 3rd place, closing the gap with Amy Doi. The IDCK Tiezorex is climbing to 6th place. The fight for the top is heating up. Iron Crusoe Wooden Cross is holding firm in 3rd place, but Amy is closing the gap fast. Looks like a fierce duel for that 3rd spot. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross and Amy are nose to tail for third place. Broxworth is cutting down the distance to Zuxtercut by a second and a half. Maya is currently in second place with her Hyundai Genesis Coupe GT4. She's close behind Dank Nuggins and has been consistently fast, but she hasn't quite caught the leader yet. Autolia Torias is racing a 27.7-seat Leon TDI. They're currently in the 12th place and seem to be holding a steady pace, but not quite catching up to the WTC leaders. The Dreamkeeper is inching closer to the top 4. Amy and the Dreamkeeper are nose to nose for that 4th spot. Uncle Tobin is climbing up to 10th place. Wow. Dank Nuggins really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the king of Lime Rock Park now. Well deserved. Wow. Dank Nuggins really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on the win. Looks like their AI car has some serious skills. Can't wait to see if they can keep up the momentum in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that Ebisu West is famous for its tricky downhill section that challenges even the most experienced drivers? It's like the track is playing a game of mental hide and seek with the racers, testing their skills with every twist and turn. Basically, it's the perfect place for AI cars to show off their driving chops. If they can handle the downhill chaos, that is. Alright folks, you better choose your favorite car quickly before the timer runs out. We don't want anyone missing out on the chance to see these AI beauties race. Hurry up and make your pick. Alright, this is a classic American muscle showdown. The Holden Monaro is a solid choice, known for its raw power and unique style. But the Ford Mustang GT from 1965 is an iconic muscle car with a lot of history behind it. Given that it's a race on Ebisu West which has some twists and turns, I'd say the Mustang's lighter weight and agility might give it a slight edge over the Monaro. Plus, the vintage charm of the Mustang might just give it that extra boost in style points. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. I'm leaning towards the Mustang, but I wouldn't count out that Monaro just yet. Let's see who really dominates the track. Alright folks, looks like we're kicking off at Abyssy West with the Group 3D Fizzards. Leading the pack is a classic, a 1959 Austin Healey 3000 Mark I Duo. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the modern beasts. Maya has shot off the line and taken the lead. The Fizzards is right behind in second place. Amy is holding strong in third, but don't blink or you might miss some action. Toadette the Kitty just moved up to third place. Toadette the Kitty and the Fizzards are nose to nose for second. Zombush 86 and Amy are fighting hard for fourth. Deluxe Combo is driving a 1974 Abarth 124 Group 4 Tardo. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but not falling behind either. Its Therapair is in 11th place with a 1964 Porsche 356C. Looks like a solid classic, but the race might be slipping away a bit. Toadette the Kitty is driving a 1973 Porsche 911 RS. They're holding third place, so they're doing a solid job staying ahead of the pack behind Maya and Fizzards. Maya is currently in 6th place trying to close the gap with the top 5. Toadette the Kitty and Amy are still neck and neck for third. Ye Chi Swan 33 just made a move to 11th, so watch out for that climb. Toadette the Kitty is now in 2nd place. GT Swishman 33 is gaining ground, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Kozenskost is driving a 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI Super. Looks like they're holding steady in 10th place. Not much action so far. Kozenskost is driving a 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI Super Tour T. They're currently in 10th place and seem to be holding steady, but no major moves yet. Toadette the Kitty is really stalking Maya, now closing that gap by over a second. Deluxe Combo just sneaked into the top 12, climbing 1 spot. Deluxe Combo is gaining on GT Swishman 33, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Merchican Live is climbing 1 spot to 13th place. GT Swishman 33 just overtook its Therapair and is now in 10th place. They're nose to nose for that spot, so expect some fireworks soon. Maya is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. T-Biom is driving a 1976 Renault 5 Alpine, a compact and nimble car. They're currently in 9th place, just behind the Group 3 cars, but their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Its Therapair is racing a 1964 Porsche 356C. They're currently in the 12th place, struggling a bit with a lap time of 1:27.72. free. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Giant Seaman 33 is closing in on Chosen's coast, cutting the gap by over a second. Deluxe Combo is climbing up to 11th place, making a nice move. Aisley is chipping away at Begoldner's lead, closing a gap by 2.2 seconds. Merchican Light just sneaked into the 12th spot, climbing 1 place. Toadette the Kitty is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but the gap to Maya is still significant. Let's see if he can close it in the final lap. Zombush 86 is driving a Holden Monaro from 1968. They're holding a solid 5th place, but their lap time suggests they're not pushing the limits today. Big Old Nerd is driving a 1965 Ford Mustang GT. They're holding 7th place, but their lap time suggests they're not exactly setting the track on fire. The track's tight and technical nature is favoring the more agile cars. The top drivers are pushing hard on corners, but the slower Group 1 cars are struggling to keep up with the Group 3 leaders. Wow, Maya, you must be thrilled to win at Ibisu West. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Wow, what a fantastic race! Congratulations, Maya, on winning. That was some impressive driving out there. And also, big shout out to you for making the most overtakes. Truly, a masterclass in maneuvering. You get to claim the classic 1971 Mercedes-Benz 300 EL. Well deserved. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering stability. Baskerville has a lot of sharp turns and technical sections, so a car that can stick to those curves without losing speed would really shine. Acceleration is important too, but being able to navigate those tricky corners smoothly is what will make or break a good time here. Hey everyone, you better make your choice quick. The clock is ticking and soon we'll see which car gets to race. Don't miss out on the fun. Grab your pick before it's too late. Oh wow. This is quite the matchup. Aisley with the 2018 Morgan Plus 6, which is known for its classic British charm and decent agility. And then we've got Botgumenen in the 2015 W Motors Lykan Hypersport, a car that's basically a superhero from the Middle East with some serious speed. Honestly, I'd say the Lykan Hypersport might have the edge here. That car's got a reputation for being fast and flashy, but don't count out Aisley just yet. The Morgan may not be the fastest, but it's got a certain elegance and balance that could surprise us. So, I'm leaning towards the Lykan Hypersport taking the win. But don't be too disappointed if Aisley pulls off an upset. It's racing after all. Anything can happen. Alright folks, the all-random class is kicking off at Baskerville with the old but gold 2003 Infiniti G35 on pole to Let's see if age is just a number or if this car can still hold its ground. Aisley is leading right out of the gate, followed closely by Geogui Numericals in second place. Lord Buttrill is holding on to third, but don't blink or you might miss a move. Lord Buttrill is now in first place. Strutting Jarl has moved up to sixth place. Platinum Mera and Strutting Jarl are close together fighting for fifth place. Vodka Moneng just overtook Geogui Numericals for third place. Platinum Mera is closing in on the top 5, climbing one spot to fifth. The battle for third is heating up, with Vodka Moneng and Geogui Numericals neck and neck. Kingrut is charging up to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Imdus Platinum is climbing to 12th place, also passing 3 cars. Aisley is closing the gap on Lord Buttrill by almost 2 seconds. Aisley and Lord Buttrill are nose-to-tail battling for the lead. Botgamon just overtook someone to take second place. Platinumera also moved up one spot to third. Kingrut climbed to fifth. Kingrut and Aisley are nose-to-nose fighting for fourth. Calicum Bunny and Kingrut are locked in a fierce fight for fifth place. Violetta Mama is inching closer, climbing up to 8th. And it looks like I'm now battling Violetta Mama for 8. Kingrut just climbed to 4th place. Calicum Bunny and Aisley are nose-to-nose for 5th. Violetta Mama is sneaking into 8th. Platinumera is climbing to 2nd place. Calicum Bunny is now in 5th. Imbus Platinum has moved into 10th. Imbus Platinum is closing in on Strutting Jarl, cutting the gap by over a second. Wolf's Light has moved up to 13th place. Wrestling 567 is now in 15th position, making a nice climb. Kingrut is climbing to 3rd place. Violetta Mama is making her way to 6th. Imbus Platinum is closing the gap on Strutting Jarl, but still has some work to do. Just Platinum is climbing to 8th place. Evolution 954 is narrowing the distance to Queen Manda, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Calican Bunny advances to 4th place. Violetta Mama is closing in on Bocca Monen, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. I'm moving up to 7th place. Calican Bunny is gaining on Kingrit with a 1.7 second catch-up. Maya is closing in on Violetta Mama, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Imbus Platinum is inching closer to Aisley, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Imbust Platinum is really closing the distance on Aisley now. Looks like a battle brewing for that position. Evolution 954 is hot on Geogina Miracle's tail, not giving any room to breathe. Maya is now right behind Violetta Mama, closing the gap to just a second. Imbust Platinum has climbed to 8th place, making a nice move. Wolf's Light has gained 2 spots, now in 10th, chasing the leaders. Congratulations, Lord Betril. Looks like you're the king of the track today. Who knew all that practice paid off? Wow, Lord Betril really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on taking the win. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep up their winning streak next round. Here's a fun fact for you. The 2010 and up slow cars racing class is often underestimated because of their low speeds. But what makes it interesting is how much more competitive they are on tight tracks. It's like watching a turtle trying to win a race against a hare, but the turtle has a secret weapon: cleverness and agility. Sometimes, these slower cars can surprise us all by maneuvering better than the faster ones, proving that speed isn't everything when it comes to racing tactics. Alright folks, time's almost up. Make your final picks before the AI cars get all the glory. Don't miss your chance to see who takes the checkered flag. Alright, so we've got Sikapol in a 2013 Chrysler 300 SRT8 in Buffy 19. In a 2014 Maserati Gran Turismo. Both cars have their unique charms, but in this race, the Maserati is probably the more aerodynamic and sporty choice, especially on a tight track like Tsukuba. The Chrysler 300's RT8 is powerful, but larger and less nimble, which might hold it back in comparison. So, I'm leaning towards Buffy 19 pulling ahead and taking the win here, unless Sikapol can surprise us with some unexpected skill or a technical glitch. Either way, it's going to be interesting to watch these two underdogs battle it out. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Tsukuba and our slowest cars class is underway. i6 is starting on pole, cruising in a 2015 Ford Falcon FGXX8RA. Let's see if that old bird can hold the lead or just enjoy the view from the front. Bubute has taken an early lead, holding the first place. i6 is right behind in second, and Baycorn is in third, trying to keep up. The top three are already setting the pace. Terrific Kitten is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. JHC Eastman 33 is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 5th. Looks like Maya and JG Swishman 33 are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Yahtzee Swishman 33 is climbing fast into 3rd place. Terrific Kitten is also making moves into 5th. Amy is inching into 7th. Gliding Penguin is climbing up to 10th place. Ufin and Itin is right behind, both battling for that 10th spot. Kaduakachu and Whip3out 25 are locked in a close fight for 12th. Terrific Kitten just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Amy and Maya are nose to nose for 6th. Nahokawas and Sikapol are swapping positions in a close fight for 8th. Baycorn is climbing to 4th place. Amy is now 6th. Gliding Penguin is pushing into 9th. The race is heating up. Tsukuba's tight corners and short straights are favoring the quick and nimble cars, making overtakes tricky, but rewarding for those with sharp handling. Sikapol and Maya are nose to tail for 7th place. Looks like a battle of patience and precision. Bufin and Nitin and Mahokaos are also locked in a fierce scrap for 10th. This race is heating up nicely. Whip3out 25 is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 9. Gliding Penguin and Whip3out 25 are nose to nose for 9. Immobius is inching up 1 spot to 13. Kulukachu is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 11th place. Sikapol is inching closer, moving up 1 spot to 7th. Gliding Penguin is also making progress, advancing 1 spot to 9th. Bacon and JG Swishman 33 are nose-to-nose for third place. Mahokaos just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Gliding Penguin and Mahokaos are fighting hard for 9th. Bubute is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. Gliding Penguin is driving a 2017 Lexus RCF, which is a sporty coupe with a V8 engine. They're currently in the 11th place, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Zikopal just snuck into 6th place. Looks like he's got his eyes on Amy now. Kulukachu is also climbing, now in 10th. This race is heating up. Maya is trying to squeeze past Makokaos for 8th place. Amy and Zikopal are still locked in that 6th place duel. Looks like Amy and Zikopal are neck and neck for 6th place. Kadukachu just snuck into 9th, trying to make a move. Mahokaos is making a move up to 8th place. Bufinan 18 is closing in on Gliding Penguin, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Wow! Bubute really took the checkered flag. Guess all those laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Bubute really pulled off an incredible victory. Congrats on the win. You totally deserved it. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Sure! Here's a fun fact about the JS Turbo GP track. This track was actually designed with a twist. It's known for its sharp turns that make even the most confident drivers do a double take. It's like a roller coaster for cars, except with more speed and less screaming, usually. It really keeps the race unpredictable and adds a little extra spice to our AI showdown. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, time's almost up. Hurry up and choose your favorite because we're about to start the race without you. Alright, this is an interesting matchup. The Peugeot 308 from 2018 is known for its agility and smooth handling, but it's not exactly a powerhouse. On the other hand, the Subaru Impreza RCS from 2015 has that turbocharged punch and a reputation for rally-inspired performance. Given that, I'd say Amy Subaru is probably the favorite to take the win here. The turbo boost and rally DNA give it an edge in keeping up with sharp corners and quick acceleration. But the F84's Peugeot might surprise us if it uses clever handling and precision to outmaneuver the Subaru. So, my bet is on Amy Subaru. But don't count the Peugeot out just yet. It's all about how the drivers handle their machines on this digital track. Alright everyone, Abigail Killens is taking the lead right from the start on pole with that classic 2012 Ford Focus RS. Let's see if the old girl can hold her ground, or if the new arrivals will speed past. Abigail Killens has shot off the line to take the lead. Salmon Samwin is right behind in second place, and Og Swolfi is holding on to third. Looks like a close fight already. Salmon Zamun is now in first place. Katsuma Girl has moved up 2 spots and is now in second. Abigail Killens and Kazuma Girl are battling hard for second place, staying close together. APR Dope is on a roll, climbing from behind. Abigail Killens and Kazuma Girl are nose-to-nose for second place. Ogswolfi just gained a spot, now sitting in fourth. Maya is now in fourth place, closing in on the top 3. The F84 and Amy are still locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Mutwolf has gained 1 position and is now in 18th. Zilajadon in 81 is driving a 2008 Volvo S60 in the WTC class, Athkwe. They are currently in 16th place, just behind Mutwolf, and ahead of Evolution 954. Looks like a steady race with no major moves so far. Zola Chadong Unity 1 is driving a 28 Volvo S60. They're currently in 16th place, holding steady but not making any major moves yet. Evolution 954 and Solid Shutdown 81 are nose to tail for the 16th spot. Joey Pastrami and Celestial Inari are locked in a close fight for 21st. Maya just overtook for 3rd place. Looks like she's got the momentum. Abigail Killens and Maya are still nose to tail for that spot. Evolution 954 and Solid Shutdown 91 are neck and neck for 16. Oaks-Wolfe is driving a 2016 Opel Astra TCR and is currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. DOS 84 and Uncle Tobin are nose to tail for 8th place. Appy Adobe is sneaking up 1 spot to 19th. Katsuma Girl just overtook Salmon Salmon and is now in the lead. Salmon Salmon is trying to fight back, but Kazuma Girl is holding firm. The battle for first is heating up. Oaks-Wolfe is driving a 2016 Opel Astra TCR and is currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding a solid position, but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Xuma Girl is holding second and has the fastest lap, so she's definitely pushing for the win. Ogswolfei is driving a 2016 Opel Astra TCR. They're currently in 5th place and have a fastest lap time of 1 minute, 38 seconds, and 492 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding steady, but not quite catching the leaders. Velisco Baima is in the 17th place with a Volvo S60 from 2008. Their lap time is quite slow compared to the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Wow, Samun just took the top spot. Guess all that practice paid off. Well deserved. Wow, Samun takes the crown. Congratulations on the win. You definitely earned it with that superb drive. And great job to Amy for winning the bet race and claiming that sleek 2015 Subaru Impreza STI. Agtulia WRX, that's a seriously fun ride. Maya, you crushed it with the most overtakes, so you get to claim the stylish 2010 Alfa Romeo Giulietta TCR. Looks like it's a good day for racing wins and car claims. Hey everyone! It looks like we're taking a quick break for some stream maintenance. Don't go anywhere though, we'll be right back in just a few minutes to keep the car chaos going. Stay tuned.